Thank you all for coming out on a dreary night. This meeting will now come to order. As most of you know, I'm your town moderator, Bob Hiss. Welcome to this special fall town meeting. Having been advised by our town clerk, Susan Galvin, that a majority of town meeting members are in attendance, I hereby declare that a quorum is present for the transaction of business, and this meeting is now open. In keeping with our tradition, we'll start our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Will the membership please stand and join with me? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, justice for all. Thank you. Since our last meeting in May, we have lost a longtime public servant, Mr. Alex Whiteside. Alex died in May 16 of 2023. Just some stats: he was a town meeting member for 20 years, from 1987 to 98, and from 2014 to 2023. In addition, Alex served as a planning board member for 32 years, from 1986 to 2018. I'd like to ask Chair of the Planning Board, Meredith Hall, if she might like to say a couple comments about Alex's service.
Good evening. Meredith Hall, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 3, Chairman of the Planning Board. I would like to begin this evening by taking a moment to remember former Planning Board member Alexander Whiteside, whose wisdom guided us with a steady hand as we faced challenges in terms of development while trying to maintain the charm and character of our historic town. For over 30 years, Alex demonstrated his commitment to quality development. His guidance and legal expertise will be greatly missed. Thank you.
Please join me in a moment of silence for our friend Alex Whiteside. Thank you very much. Before proceeding with the business of the meeting, there are certain preliminary matters to be taken up. First, permission has been granted for certain members and personnel of the school committee, planning board, board of health, and other boards, committees, and departments who are not town meeting members to sit on the floor with other members of their respective boards, committees, and departments, upon the understanding, of course, that they will not vote. Hearing no objection from the body, such permission will and hereby is accorded. Second, permission is granted to Milton Cable Access to televise these proceedings. Also, please note that there are two side aisle microphones, one here and one over here, each with seats reserved in the front row for speakers who wish to come down and be recognized. A third, electronic voting has now been fully approved by the Attorney General's office and publicly posted. Accordingly, I will read the rule from our bylaws as passed in the June 2022 annual town meeting that describes our method of voting. That's rule number 11. Upon a question being put to the town meeting, the moderator will first determine by voice vote the sense of the meeting. If the moderator is unable to decide by the sound of the voices, or if his announcement of the vote is doubted by 7 town meeting members standing in their place, the moderator shall then proceed to have a standing vote on the question. If the vote is further doubted by 25 town meeting members standing in their places, then there will be a roll call of the meeting with the town clerk calling the name of each town meeting member in alphabetical order, and each town meeting member, upon his or her name being called, shall rise in place and answer yes or no. When an electronic voting system approved by the moderator is in use, upon a question being put to the town meeting, the moderator will determine by electronic vote the sense of the meeting and shall announce the vote as displayed by the electronic voting system. No town meeting member shall be allowed to vote after the vote is declared. Now, some commentary. As you know, when we were in our Maytown meeting, electronic voting had not yet been approved on our first night by the Attorney General. And so we executed what we called suspension of the rules to be able to enable town meeting to conduct electronic voting. So the reason I'm pointing this out is this last sentence about eliminating the standing roll call and the roll call voting eliminated that from our bylaws because it said no further vote shall be allowed after the electronic vote is declared. So the standing and roll call voting language was retained in the bylaw in the event that an electronic voting system failed. In other words, that we had a backup voting method. So I've consulted with town council, who we'll introduce in a moment, and we've reviewed the recording of the meeting where we adopted electronic voting. We concur that this was stated clearly during the debate, and the updated rule was adopted by an 87% to 13% majority. The reinstating a voting challenge would require a bylaw change which is not contained in our warrant, and thus the members and the public have not been notified of such a change. However, I know we're new to electronic voting, and in order to perhaps give members comfort, if after the end of a vote, if I see 7 members stand up, then we'll display the results live of the vote so you can have confidence that we're capturing your votes. Is that clear? And then if members want to make a change to other things like roll call votes in the future, you can put an article in the warrant, we can adopt the rules, and it'll go through the normal process. You have a microphone there, Ms. Agostino?
Point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
Diane DiTullio, Agostino, Precinct 9. Can we just clarify, at the last town meeting when we first introduced electronic voting, you displayed for us how you could scroll through the list to show individuals how their vote was recorded. Since that time, I have done research with the Attorney General's office and many other towns, and maybe town council could touch upon this. And what they have discovered, and this has to do with the publicizing of the votes, public records, there is no law currently that covers the public records aspect of electronic voting devices, which is why many towns do it in different ways. So the point of order is I would appreciate if you could show again how once we vote, you could scroll through because some individuals were questioning if their vote worked or tallied, and if town council could also address it, because public records is generally very identifiable, and it did take months for the AG's office working with the law department, that they have a legal law library, the law library, and that was omitted, so we'll have to speak to our state legislators to create some law on that regard. But if you could show what you showed last at the beginning of how you could show the actual votes.
Sure. I think, Rob, we can run our test vote now and just demonstrate that. So does everyone have their clicker? We prepared a test vote, and just to make people comfortable, we'll have a quick test vote before every vote, just to make sure there's no clicker problems. By the way, the batteries have all been changed. The frequencies have all been set to the same frequency on your devices, so we're fairly confident. So, if you would answer this question, did you read the warrant? Yes, no, abstain. We'll have a countdown. Okay, I think, Rob, for the test, that's probably okay. So we'll first display the results. So 89% yes, 4% no, and 6% abstain. So clear it's a 2/3 vote and a majority vote, both. So if we then, Rob, can you put up display the results? So Rob, I think you can just scroll through. This is what we showed before, Ms. Agostino. Okay, satisfactory, everybody? Okay. Seen enough? No. You want to? Riveting, huh? Yes. Okay, any problems? Yes, sir. Got a problem? Okay, we'll have it checked out. Rob, if you'll just keep going to Z. Okay. Everybody's device good? Okay. I think you have three issues. Okay. Let's repoll the question then. Okay, we'll try one more test. If everyone could, again, answer yes, no, or abstain to the test question, we'll re-verify the devices. Okay, we can close. All right, let's display the results. Okay, if we could. All right, we've concluded the test. Just a reminder, folks, the only buttons you should touch on your clicker is yes, no, and abstain. If you hit the channel button, if you drop the device and the battery falls out, you're going to affect the operability. So just yes, no, and abstain are the only buttons to touch tonight, and we should be okay. So, seeing no objection from the body, the remaining rules from our May town meeting would then be the rules in effect for this special town meeting. With that, I'll proceed to an announcement from Mr. Zulis. I think you have two announcements for us.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, everyone. Mike Zulis, Precinct 3 Town Meeting Member, Chair of the Select Board. I have two preliminary matters. First, how about them Super Bowl champion Wildcats? We are going to have a Super Bowl parade here in Milton. That parade will take place this Sunday, December 10th, starting at 3 o'clock at the high school here. It'll go throughout Milton, and the parade will end at 4 o'clock here at the Milton High School Auditorium, at which time and at which place the players, coaches, officials, band and cheerleaders will all be celebrated by our town. So we'll all look forward to that, and I hope everyone can make it. Second, announcement number 2. You have to follow that. For several town meetings, our town meeting was served very well by Kevin Freitag. In August, Kevin Freitag left for greener pastures, and since that time, without missing a beat, we have been served by a new town council, Peter Mello. Just a little bit of, thank you. A little bit of Peter's background. Peter specializes in civil litigation and regulatory matters in addition to municipal law and representing municipalities. He earned his BA in politics from Brandeis University and is a graduate of the Boston University School of Law. He is the past president of the Massachusetts Municipal Lawyers Association and has written extensively about municipal matters. And so please join me in welcoming Peter Mello as our new town council. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. And I'm already jealous he's got better hair than I do. It's a great head of hair you got, Peter. All right, with that, we'll proceed to Article 1. I'm going to waive the reading of this lengthy article. The article's on page 9. The recommendation from the Warrant Committee is on page 35, so I'll just put that into motion. Recommended that the town vote to refer the proposed zoning bylaw back to the Select Board for further study. I'd like to start by recognizing Mr. Dave Humphreys, the chair of the Warrant Committee, who will explain the Warrant Committee's thinking. Then we'll move on to Mr. Zulus.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. Dave Humphreys, Chair of the Warrant Committee, Precinct 8. Good evening. Good evening, town meeting. With regards to Article 1, the Warrant Committee, our recommendation is to refer the matter back. Our basis for our recommendation, essentially, was what we perceived as the request from the planning board and a request for more time to zone. Our article comment is in the warrant. I hope you have read it. I am going to talk about our thought process and our reasoning for our request for more time without getting into the nitty-gritty, if you will, of the article itself, of the zoning itself. It's long, it's complicated. There are many interrelations with regards to the different aspects of this zoning, the most comprehensive zoning that our town has attempted in almost 100 years, and it was our opinion that it needed more time, it wasn't ready. We've made our comment. Since we voted our recommendation to ask for more time, there has been important things that have happened that I would advocate demonstrate the need for more time. First, since we voted, the planning board actually did meet and did vote a no to not support Article 1 Select Board's article. Back when we met as the Warrant Committee, they didn't have a vote. At that time, what we could say was the planning board is not in support of this article. At this time, we can say affirmatively that the planning board is not in support of this article. That shows how quickly we were moving, how fast things were going. It was rushed. We're rushing now. Next, the planning board had not received updated financial analysis from their consultant. At the Warrant Committee, we had to make do. Jay Fundling did a great job. Thank you, Jay. We had to make do with what we had. We had to come up with our own. We're the Warrant Committee. We're not statisticians, and we are not subject matter experts in this. But we had, because we were under time pressure to make this decision, we had to make do with what we had and put our best foot forward. So we did. That financial analysis, we discussed it. It was not adopted by the committee, but it gave us a starting point for our conversation. We did the best we did. Since that time, there has been more financial analysis given to the planning board less than a week ago. That itself needs to be pulled apart, needs to be tested, needs to be looked at by the subject matter experts, some of whom are in this room, at least one of whom I know has requested more time to go through that analysis. That person actually has a job and can't devote their entire life to looking through all this stuff. More time is needed. Another development was there was serious consideration of an amendment of a potential green sheet to this article that we might have addressed tonight, talking about taking units from what we could call Granite South to put to Granite North, to take some of the pressure off of potential development in the DPW yard and move it to what could be called the Ketchus building, creating a 10-story building there. That didn't come to us. It's not here tonight. But it's the kind of thing that we need to talk about. It's the kind of thing that we need to look into, the kind of thing we need to pick apart to see what our options are. What are some of the options that are available to us that just need time to be vetted? That's an example. But we're told that we have to pass this thing or face the consequences. The recommendation of the Warrant Committee is that we shouldn't act out of fear, but we should rather act out of the conviction that what we are doing is right. There is a tradition in our country that dissent is patriotic, that we have a right to speak, we have a right to be heard, and we can object conscientiously and peacefully if we believe that the government is unjust. We first speak up, then we act, and then we accept the consequences peacefully. Some reasons why we should not act of fear and we should not fear these consequences, these are things that have happened since the Warrant Committee made its recommendation. One, a lawsuit against the town of Holden by a nonprofit organization acting on behalf and advocating on behalf of the homeless was dismissed. The Attorney General was not a party to this. The Attorney General did not file for an injunction. A case where the Attorney General is a party is in Rockport. Rockport has filed, essentially, advocating that the entire scheme is unconstitutional and other.
Mr. Humphreys, 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. And other claims. That's still open. The Attorney General has not sought injunctive relief, but in fact, the Attorney General in some of their filings have asked for more time to respond to pleadings due to staffing issues, the holidays, and the assistant being out on paternity leave. So the wheels of justice do indeed turn slow. There was at least one MBTA amendment to a bill on Beacon Hill that was filed to relieve Milton from MBTA zoning. I think we're going to see more action on Beacon Hill with regards to MBTA zoning, and this is not going to end. To conclude, the Planning Board has been asked more time to complete its work. For this, they need more time for what we're doing now, for the public to be heard in real, actual engagement, for the maps to be picked apart, for the zoning to be looked at carefully, and for the Planning Board to put forward its own article. We should not act out of fear. We should not act out of fear of retaliation from the government. And the reason why we're asking to refer it back is so that we don't vote no. There's a general consensus on the Warrant Committee, I believe, in the town, that we need zoning. We need to address the issues that the Commonwealth has raised with this. There's a recommendation of the Warrant Committee that it not happen now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Mike Zulis, Chair of the Select Board, who submitted this article. By the way, for the discussion tonight, just so everybody knows, we're having, in the motion to refer, we won't allow any amendments to the article itself. So we're just talking about the motion to refer. I had a lot of discussion with some of the town departments on this. I've decided to let it go to the 10 minutes to discuss this because I think everybody's going to dying to get their points out about why we address this now. So, and I've got 12 citizens and 6 town meeting members all have requested time to speak and all been pre-approved to speak with not all with presentations, but with some. So I'll enforce the 10-minute limit as strictly as possible, and we'll start with Mr. Zulis.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mike Zulis, Precinct 3, Town Meeting Member, Chair of the Select Board. Mr. Moderator, if I may, if you could let me know at 5 minutes,
Yes.
then we'll know that the town meeting will only have to endure about 2 more minutes of what I have to say. Can we go, Karen, to slide 2, please? So, what we're talking about tonight. I didn't get charged that time, did I, Mr. Moderator?
No, you get a pass, yeah.
What we're talking about tonight is the MBTA Communities Law. It is a mandatory law. It's not a suggestion, it's not a proposal or an idea. It is the law, and it is a law that imposes requirements on our town. It requires zoning. It does not require housing, and we are here tonight to consider zoning, not housing. The law, as quoted on the slide that you see before you, Section A provides for the zoning that we need to provide here in Milton under the law. And Mr. Zawinski will go into that at greater length. Under Section C, which is the last bullet point quoted, it gives the department, the law, and the legislature gave the Department of Housing and Livable Communities the power to promulgate guidelines to determine if Milton is in compliance with that section. Next slide, please, Karen. Now, the guidelines were issued in August 2022, about a year and a half ago. Milton was classified as one of 12 rapid transit communities. Now, the Select Board has, on 2 occasions, one in August and one in September, advocated for reclassification with 2 different agencies, the the Department of Housing and Livable Communities and the MBTA. Now, we were instructed by Town Council that trying to advocate with the agencies was the best way to do it. Because once the agencies decide, the agencies will be accorded what's called substantial deference in court. That means it's more likely that the court will side with those agencies rather than a town who's opposing them. Just 1 minute while I can just so I can get the reclassification letters that the Select Board provided. So in August, the Select Board sent a letter to the MBTA and cited the significant differences in service infrastructure and equipment in the Mattapan trolley line and argued that the previous classification as not being rapid transit should be restored. The Mass Department of Transportation, the MBTA, got back to us and told us that the classification was not based on the factors that we cited in our 4.5-page letter, but rather the designation was a technical one based on the characteristics of the vehicle. We didn't stop there. We took the response from the MBTA and we provided to the Housing and Livable Communities these 75 pages, which argued that we did not have a subway station on the Red Line, and therefore we were not part of the definition of a rapid transit community under the law. The Department of Housing and Livable Communities got back to us, and they didn't agree. So that's where we are now. Other towns that did not have subway stations, as defined by the MBTA and the Housing and Livable Communities, such as Arlington and Melrose and Wellesley and Weston and Winthrop, they were reclassified in 2002 because the final guidelines were a little bit different than the draft guidelines. Those final guidelines added an out for those communities, and the out was that if there were 100 acres of developable land associated with a subway station, that would be a requirement under the guidelines. That allowed those communities to be reclassified. The key difference is those communities did not have a subway station as defined by HLC and MBTA. We do.
That's 5 minutes, Mr.
Oh,
Jones.
wow, all right. Well, now I've got to move. We made the effort at reclassification, and we didn't get there. Next slide, please. What do we lose if we don't move forward with this zoning? We lose several opportunities for funding. And just the list is there to give you just a hint at some of the numbers. In Milton, we gained about $1 million in MassWorks funding in 2012. We get about $25,000 to $35,000 a year for the Milton Housing Authority. We get we received $80,000 in community planning grants in 2022-23. We received $65,000 in grants in 2021, and we have the opportunity to receive MassWorks infrastructure grants going forward in development, which could be millions of dollars. We do not get that funding if we don't comply with the MBT Communities Act. What are the other consequences of noncompliance? Next slide, please. The governor has said that opting out is not an option. The Attorney General has said that, has written and said that civil enforcement action may be brought against communities who don't comply by December 31st. The Attorney General has also said that, just 1 minute, sorry about that. Communities cannot avoid obligations under the law for foregoing funding, and the risk of liability to towns, it will be under federal and state fair housing laws. And the Attorney General has written those things, and the Attorney General has said, and then if folks do not comply, she will use every tool in her toolbox to make them so. Our town council agrees with the Attorney General's Attorney General's analysis that these are potential outcomes. Next slide, please. Here's an example of what could happen if we don't comply with the law as stated by the Attorney General. A lawsuit which would be brought by the Attorney General or perhaps the Lawyers Committee for Rights. It would be a discrimination claim under federal housing law, and the Brookline Town Council cited a concern about, quote, an historic practice of discouraging any new multifamily housing from being built. That is an issue we would have here in Milton as well. And if we get brought to court, again, there would be substantial deference granted to the legislature and the agencies. The damages could be significant, a contempt finding, and it would result in onerous monetary damages, and we would pay the legal fees for the plaintiff's lawyer. Finally, under these types of actions, judge-imposed compliant zoning could result, which means that we would lose all control over our ability to manage zoning. Next slide, please.
2 minutes, Mr. Zulus.
The key question tonight, thank you, Mr. Moderator, the key question tonight is, do we move forward and control our destiny with compliant zoning before December 31st, or do we have it imposed upon us without our input after paying a lot of money in damages? This isn't fear-mongering, this isn't fear, this is what the person who can enforce these things and can bring these actions has said. This is what municipal lawyers have said could happen. Our municipal lawyers in Brookline, this is what they have said. This is not fear-mongering. This is what the people who can bring these actions have said. Now, the good news, next slide, please. There has been more than a year's worth of work that has gone into this. There has been an extensive public process with more than 28 planning board meetings, select board meetings, public information centers, sessions. We have spent $80,000 in expert data and analysis. We have had 30 different compliance scenarios tested by independent consultants, and we have had countless hours of work by the town planning department staff. Next slide, please. How did the article get here?
In 1 minute, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The select board deferred to the planning board's work until the last possible date. We needed to do this by September 5th because the timing was such that in order to get this article in front of you tonight, there needed to be 86 days, 65 days for a public hearing, and 21 days for the planning board to make a report. that was the last possible day for us to go forward. We accepted revisions based on planning board feedback and the public hearing. The article includes extensive site review and development standards. And the select board, and this is important, believe the town meeting should have the opportunity to decide whether to comply with this law. The only way to do it is to pass this article. Next slide, please.
And if you could wrap up as soon as possible.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Moderator. The guiding principles of this article, Mr. Zawinski will go into. The primary one is to maintain the physical characteristics of this town. And that's what has driven this, that is what's driven the effort here. In addition to not exceeding statutory requirements and using existing multifamily zones and use of large non-residential parcels. Just a couple of points. Next slide, please, Karen. Outside the transit area, Granite Avenue South, this is an area of the large non-commercial parcels. There have been prior development initiatives with respect to those parcels, and the key point here is that nothing will change. The DPW yard is state-owned, and our zoning does not apply to what the state can do there. It could be built now by the state, and it could be built after. Nothing changes. If it's sold or leased, there will be a long public process in which the town can have input, and the state would be required to do significant safety improvements to the road there. On the American Legion site on that property, again, no change because there could be a 40B that goes in there tomorrow without any regard for our zoning. Next slide, please. And then finally, with respect to East Milton Square, which is outside the transit area, the zoning that's provided for in this article is a bridge to the overlay zoning that is sought by the neighborhood. It is neighborhood-friendly zoning with lower building height, with more open space, and more setbacks. And finally, last slide, please. As opposed to what Mr. Humphrey said, the work has been done. The money has been spent. The article is ready. Milton cannot afford to delay, and Milton cannot afford to refer this article back. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Mr. Czerwinski. By prior agreement, he asked for 20 minutes. Do you think you can get it done in 18, since Mr. Zula's borrowed a couple from you? Oh.
Thanks, boss. My name is Tim Zerwinski. I'm the Director of Planning and Community Development for the town of Milton. I'll wait for my slides to go up. All right, thank you. Could you advance to the second slide, please? So what is the MBTA Communities Law? MBTA Communities was an amendment of the Zoning Act, Chapter 40A in Mass General Laws. It's a new Section 3A. So if you hear us refer to Section 3A, it's the same thing as MBTA Communities. It was enacted as part of a large economic development bill in January of 2021. And it basically says that any community that has MBTA service, an MBTA community as statutorily defined elsewhere in MGL, shall have at least one zoning district of reasonable size in which multifamily housing, which is defined as 3 or more units in a single building, or multiple buildings on a site that include multiple units, where multifamily is permitted as of right, as opposed through a special permit process or a variance process. And then there are additional other criteria laid out in the statute, that the minimum gross density of the entire district is 15 units per acre, that it's not more than a half a mile from a commuter rail station, subway station, ferry terminal, or bus station. You can't require age restrictions, and the zoning has to enable housing that's suitable for families with children. Mr. Zulus went over some of the penalties for noncompliance earlier in his slideshow, some major state grant programs, as well as some other grant programs that are run by other state agencies. Can you go to the next slide, please? As Mr. Zullis mentioned, the MBTA Communities Law is a mandate for towns to create zoning. It's not a mandate for towns to actually go out and create new housing. We anticipate that if this zoning is passed, that there will be some level of development that results. But even so, if not a single unit of housing is developed under MBTA Communities Law, we are still be considered compliant if we pass the zoning. So a lot of folks have had this question over the more than a year that we've been doing this. And I just want to assure people that if we get the thumbs up from the state with our zoning, we just let it go, and it operates as it will. Can you advance to the next slide, please? So there are a number of requirements that the town has to meet, that our zoning has to kind of check these boxes to be considered compliant. As I mentioned, the overall density of the district has to be 15 units per acre. We can do that via multiple different sub-districts, which is the path that we're taking. Not every sub-district has to be exactly 15 units per acre. One can be less, another can be more, as long as the average of all of them comes out to 15 units an acre. The physical geography has to be at least 50 acres in area. We far outstrip that by quite a bit. One of the requirements in the state's compliant guidelines, as Milton's status as a rapid transit community, rapid transit being considered sort of the highest level of MBTA service, and so those communities have the highest obligation to create additional housing. We're responsible for accommodating units equivalent to 25% of our year-round housing count. This is a term called unit capacity. So basically, what unit capacity tries to imagine is, if every parcel is a blank slate, how many units could you build under this new zoning? And that's your unit capacity. Ours is 25% of our year-round housing count. That comes out to 2,461 units. That's a number that I think a lot of people are familiar with. At least half of that unit capacity and at least half of the minimum acre of 50 acres has to be within a half a mile of transit. And then finally, at least one sub-district has to represent 50% of the total area of the zoning district. I want to make sure that everyone is very clear on these requirements, because they start to have a lot of influence over the shape of these sub-districts. Next slide, please. So how did we get here? We've been talking in serious terms about MBTA communities since the bill was passed in January of 2021. The final guidelines were passed in October of 2022. So there's been, at least more than a year of serious discussion about, the specific requirements that we have under the state's compliance guidelines. And, since early this year, we've been doing a lot of really in-depth work with technical assistance consultants, really testing out different scenarios under the state's compliance guidelines. MBTA Communities has been discussed at 28 different planning board meetings. We've had 8 public forums open to the public. We've had a rolling survey that, breaking news. I think we're at 500 results. 499 results on that survey over the course of the last few months. We've had 4 listening posts at the Milton Farmers Market. The planning board approved a mailing that went into every property's water bill. So if you pay your water bill and you don't throw away what's inside the envelope, you should know about MBTA Communities and hopefully have checked out our website. Social media, town news postings, and then some direct outreach to town meeting members, including a letter in July, just notifying town meeting members that this is going to be something that you should be paying attention to. Check out our website. And we had a sort of town meeting member-focused public forum last week. So there's been a lot of work that's been done here in multiple different forums. Next slide, please. So in addition to the compliance guidelines, which are kind of the blueprint by which we need to kind of follow and kind of make sure we fit and check all those boxes, we've developed some kind of guiding principles that provide what I consider to be sort of internal constraints on our zoning efforts. These principles are derived from our previous planning efforts, including the master plan, input from elected and appointed officials, and input from residents that we've received over the course of this process. They're not ironclad rules, but they are principles that we try to use to sort of judge different scenarios and see, are these zoning subdistricts, are these dimensional parameters, are the results of this zoning going to be consistent with our planning priorities? In no particular order, although I do consider this one to be first among equals, preserve the physical character of the town. I've been doing this a long enough time to understand that this is the number one thing that comes up whenever we do a planning effort. People treasure the physical character of this town. And so everything that we've done has tried to accommodate and kind of thread the needle of compliance with the guidelines, compliance with the law, and preservation of the physical character of the town. We don't want to exceed the requirements in the statute and the guidelines. So we don't want to overshoot that unit capacity number. We don't want to overshoot the overall density. We want to disincentivize teardowns. That's kind of part and parcel of preserving the physical character of the town. We don't want to create zoning that's going to encourage and incentivize people to tear down the single-family houses and other types of buildings that contribute to the physical character of our town. We're avoiding rezoning historic districts and parcels with historic structures. We want to zone larger non-residential parcels to prevent displacement and minimize impacts on residential neighborhoods. We want to take advantage of existing multifamily housing. We don't have a ton, but we have enough to make a difference so that when we rezone, say, the Hendry's building, which has 38 units in it, for 40 units per acre, the example that I use is that one. We're not going to see a redevelopment on the Hendry site. There's already a building there. So we get 40 units of credit on our unit capacity because we're taking advantage of existing multifamily. And finally, we want to site districts in transit and amenity-rich areas. This is something that, the point of this law is to help people live a car-light and potentially even car-free lifestyle. That is something that, you can't do if you're not siting these districts near transit, if you're not siting them in districts where there are commercial amenities, walkable amenities, so that all of your business isn't hopping in the car and driving to Hyde Park or Dorchester.
That's 10 minutes, Mr. Chwinski.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Next slide, please. So we've come up with 6 sub-districts. I'd ask if you can flip open to the map that's in your warrant. That'll be sort of the how everyone's doing it. That'll be the sort of the zoning map amendment that we're talking about. The next couple slides are going to be kind of closer up views of the sub-districts that we're working with. Each sub-district is tailored to match as closely and as much as we possibly can the existing physical character and the existing built environment in that district. Next slide, please. I'll try to blow through these really quick. East Milton Square, these are the parcels highlighted here where the sub-district is. Next slide. Granite Avenue North. Granite Avenue in the zoning is one sub-district, but it's been split into 2 sub-sub-districts. So the north, next slide, and the south, that's 2 Granite Ave in the north sub-district, and then the State DPW Yard and Legion Hall in the south sub-district. Next slide, please. Milton Central Avenue Station sub-district is split into 3 parts. Milton Station East, next slide. Milton Station Bridge, which is the bridge between East and West, next slide. And Milton Station West, next slide. Mattapan Station is primarily Unquity House, the Milton Residence for the Elderly facility over by Mattapan Station. In order to get to 5 acres, which is the minimum size of a sub-district, we had to fold in some of the single-family house lots, but we've specifically drawn up dimensional parameters that are, again, going to not allow you to build a 6-story building on a single-family house lot. Next slide, please. This is the Blue Hills Parkway corridor, just either side of Blue Hills Parkway, plus some parcels on the side streets. Next slide. And this is the Elliott Street corridor. This is, again, primarily single-family neighborhood connecting that Mattapan Station district with the Milton Station districts. When we talk about having a contiguous district that represents at least 50% of the zone capacity and 50% of the area of our entire zoning district, this is what we're talking about. There's no other way to meet those requirements without zoning some portion of the single-family neighborhood around Elliott Street. Next slide, please. So this is a very, very, very small slide, but this kind of shows you the outputs of the state's compliance model. This is a software tool that allows us to test different sub-district geographies and test different dimensional parameters and basically tell us, are we compliant or are we not? The most important figures that you see here are there's a bunch of green cells down there, but basically our unit capacity for these zoning districts comes out to 2,586, slightly above the 2,461 that is our minimum threshold, but it was as close as we could get. We are way over on acreage. 144 acres is the size of the sub-district. Part of that is because we have a lot of low-density areas. The Elliott Street corridor is zoned for very low density, the lowest we could possibly get and still be considered multifamily. So that means you need to zone for a bigger geography in order to make up the amount of units. And then our overall density is 15.1 units per acre. You know, that's a tenth of an acre above the minimum requirement required by statute. So when we talk about really sort of trimming this thing to the bone, we're there. This is as close as we can get to the minimum requirements and still be in compliance. Next slide, please. This slide, and again, this is reflected in the zoning language in your warrant. It's just sort of not collected in this form. It's kind of broken down by subdistrict. But these are the dimensional parameters for each of the subdistricts. And you may not be as deep in the weeds of the zoning as I am, but if you are, some of these numbers should be very familiar to you. Because in almost every case where there is existing zoning for residential buildings, we have tried to match that existing zoning. 2.5 stories on Elliott Street, that is the zoning in the C zone. The setbacks, those are the setbacks in the C zone. Where we don't have zoning that matches what we're proposing, we are keying that zoning and those dimensional parameters to existing multifamily buildings. So 6 stories in the Milton Station East District, that's 88 Wharf Street. 4.5 stories in Milton Station West, that's 131 Elliott Street. 6 stories at Granite Ave North, that's 2 Granite Ave, that existing building. So we've tried to do our best to key those dimensional parameters to existing built environment. Next slide, please. So there are other elements of this zoning, including material submission requirements and review processes. Every project that gets proposed under MBTA community zoning is going to be subject to site plan review by the planning board. The planning board can't reject a zoning compliant project, which these would ostensibly be, but they can subject it to site plan review and use development standards that are in this zoning to shape these projects and make sure that they're harmonious with the existing built environment in our neighborhoods. Every site plan review application is subject to a public hearing. That means notice to abutters within 300 feet. That means notice in the newspaper. That means a public hearing where public comment can be heard unconsidered by the planning board. Next slide, please. Some of those development standards that allow us to shape these projects beyond the dimensional standards. Parking maximums. There's a huge concern in Milton for over-parking these projects and bringing more cars into the neighborhood than we absolutely need. And so by setting parking maximums, we're able to let the development community, which really knows a lot better than us as planners, what the market is for parking for different types of building forms, to figure out how much parking they actually need, and so that we're not bringing too many cars into the neighborhood and exacerbating traffic conditions. Next slide, please.
We've got 4 minutes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Open space and recreation. Every zoning district has a 40% open space requirement. The Blue Hills Parkway subdistrict has a 50% open space requirement. Larger projects are going to require actual recreation space for families that live in these housing developments. There are design standards that go into site plan and orientation of the entrances and other elements of landscaping that, again, will give the planning board tools to shape these projects and make sure they have a look and feel that's consistent with our existing neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Affordable housing. We are allowed to require up to 10% of units to be designated as affordable. If we do an economic feasibility analysis, which we are in the process of procuring, we can go up to 20% if it's deemed to be economically feasible. One thing to note is that our existing zoning, which only allows single-family houses, has never produced a single unit of affordable housing in the town of Milton. Never. The only housing that we've built has been via special permit and rezoning processes. And since Fuller Village was completed in 2004, that type of special permit zoning has only created 12 affordable units. We're talking about allowing projects that can build dozens and dozens of affordable units in our town. Next slide, please. I'll really quickly go through how this is consistent with our planning goals. In the master plan, diversify housing stock, allow for smaller units, build rental housing. Next slide, please. The housing production plan, again, diversify your housing stock. Rental development goals, 85% of all units created. We haven't created very much rental housing at all outside of a 40B context. Next slide, please. The final report of the Equity and Justice for All Advisory Committee, again, focused on affordable housing. Our zoning does not create affordable housing. This zoning will. Next slide, please. And then finally, our ongoing climate and resiliency and sustainability planning. Transit-oriented development naturally is more energy efficient. It consumes less land per household, less impervious surface per household, and again, allows people to have the option to live near transit. Next slide, please. So finally, I want to read these verbatim, and these are my last two slides, so if I go over a few seconds, please indulge me. Articles 1 and 2 are the products of more than a year of discussions, analysis, testing, and iteration of geographic district boundaries, dimensional parameters, and review procedures. Our development of these subdistricts and zoning language were guided by principles drawn from previous planning efforts like the master plan, the housing production plan, the report of the Equity and Justice for All subcommittee, other planning documents, and feedback from town officials and residents. We were also highly constrained by the state compliance guidelines and the requirements in statute. Next slide, please. Our testing and iterating showed that there are many potential paths to technical compliance. So hitting all of those boxes, unit capacity, overall density, acreage, contiguity, all of that. We tested over 30 iterations, and at least half of them actually generated zoning or generated technically compliant scenarios. But the problem is not all of those scenarios were consistent with the planning principles that we articulated throughout this process. Getting to the final outcome on the warrant was an exercise in trade-offs and prioritizing competing planning priorities. Other potential subdistricts would not meet as many of the guiding principles as those that are outlined in Article 1. We believe that Article 1 represents the best combination of compliance with the state guidelines and adherence to Milton's planning principles. Thank you very much.
Thank you for managing your time so well, Mr. Chawinski. With that, I have, as I said, 12 citizens and 6 town meeting members that all wish to speak in general. Again, we're in the motion to refer section. So does anyone wish to speak to the motion to refer? Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Good evening. I'm Brian Furs, town meeting member, precinct 10, former member of the planning board, and a former chair as well. Before I go any further, I want to thank our entire town staff, especially Tim Zerwinski, the planning board, the warrant committee, and the select board for their tireless work on the issue before us. Regardless of what side of this issue you fall on, I hope you value the expertise, patience, and effort our staff and our volunteer boards put forward to bring us here tonight. So, thank you. I rise tonight to strongly reject sending this article back for further study. You heard tonight that the planning board needs more time, and we should wait until May to effect these changes. The planning board is asking for a 5-month extension to complete its work, and the warrant committee is supporting this request. Here's the issue. The state rejected Milton's request for an extension. When I was a student, I would occasionally, usually, find myself in a position where if I had just a little more time to complete a project, I knew I could get a better grade. I also knew that if I missed the deadline, I would fail. I put my best foot forward, pulled some all-nighters, and submitted the best product I could do in an allotted time. This lesson carried forward into my professional life. Like many of you, my various roles have required submitting responses to requests for proposals. The deadline was always sacrosanct. You miss the deadline, even by a minute, and your proposal is thrown out. You fail. Why the planning board and warrant committee think Milton will be treated by the state any differently, especially after it was requested and denied an extension by the authority, is beyond me. Milton is not entitled to special treatment, and it is not exempt from the rules. If we do not submit zoning, we will not comply. We will fail. The costs of failure were enumerated pretty well by Mr. Zulis' slides, but just a reminder, we will lose state funding for town services. We will be exposed to federal civil rights claims as a town following noncompliance. And the mandatory nature of the legislation means that a judge can just draw a zoning district and imply zoning for us, disregarding all of the hard work that the town has done over the last year plus to get to where we are today. Wherever we are today, it's better than what the court will impose upon us. What is the point of noncompliance? The proposed article received thorough process, which was reviewed by both of the prior speakers. It received tremendous exhaustive work by town staff and volunteer boards. We have a long history in this town of sending zoning articles back for further study, and we have a corresponding long history of then not studying those zoning articles any further. Often in Milton, a vote for further study is a vote to quash. Let's assume for a minute that quashing is not the intention of sending the article back. What is the intention? The members of the planning board have not voiced what they would change if they were given more time that would still result in a submission to the state that would comply with the requirements. Submitting zoning in May that is non-compliant with state requirements makes 0 sense. Let's not focus on false choices. If the real intention is not to comply, then vote not to comply. Don't send it back for further study and continue to dedicate town resources to this. A motion to send the article back for further study ignores the law and puts the town at risk financially and legally. We will need our resources not to modify zoning, but to fight legal challenges and figure out how to live with court-imposed zoning districts. Those of you planning to vote to send this zoning back for further study because you believe that in 5 months the planning board can make the zoning better, great news. Early holiday tidings. We can vote to comply and send this back for further study just by asking the planning board to take a look at it over the next few months after we've passed it. The planning board can come back in May and we can have proposed changes in time for the town meeting. Let's get a win-win. Let's submit our zoning that has been extensively worked on to the state and comply. And then let's get to work as a town. Starting in January, we can take a little break. Sorry, I lost my place.
We've got about 5 minutes, sir.
We'll get it perfect. We'll get it perfect, or we'll get it close to perfect, and then we can always go back in October and do it again. Let's use our process to get this right, but also comply. If we vote to send this article back for further study, then we fail. We are voting as a town to fail. We are leaving our town's immediate and long-term future out of our own control. And by the time we get to May, we will have chosen not to comply, and the wheels of the state and the courts may very well already have run us over. I vote not to fail, and candidly not to break the law. And I ask you to join me in a no vote. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion to, Mr. Collins, you want to speak to the motion to refer, or you want to hold your fire till later? Please, you're recognized, sir.
I will be very, very, very brief.
You just, your name and address, please, sir. Mr. Collins is a registered voter by prior authorization, has approval from the moderator to speak.
And I am also an expert in adverse condemnation, in regulatory takings, and I've testified in the courts of Delaware and in the capital of our country on this subject. I would just like to pass a couple of thoughts on to everyone in the town meeting briefly, and I'll just read what the inverse condemnation and regulatory taking right out of Supreme Court quotes that I'm giving you because I think they're so important here. The concept of inverse condemnation is not new. The U.S. Supreme Court decided in inverse condemnation cases in favor of landowners for the first time in 1872. Inverse condemnation generally occurs for one of two reasons. Number one, the physical invasion of private property by the government or by third party under authority of the government, or overregulation of land use by the government. The reason I say these words is because this, under adverse condemnation, it could very well be that the whole process that is being put forth here with MBTA is an illegal action. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not testifying as to what it would be, but I'm reporting this because I think in the world that I live in, it's important to pass on to others the learnings that I have had over the years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman in the brown sweater, I think you were next. If you wish to speak, thank you.
I think this is the right time for me to say what I want to say, and if not, you can correct me. Joe Curran, Precinct 7. I rise today because there are too many unanswered questions, and I ask this be sent back to the Planning Board for further study, as there's been no traffic analysis in East Milton Square, and it hasn't been provided. And I appreciate what what the Planning Board has done. The presentation, I've seen it several times. It has changed several times over the last year, and there's been different presentations shown, and so I think even the town is demonstrated. Sometimes they are still trying to figure it out.
Thank you, sir. I think I'll go right and left here. Anyone else wish to speak to the motion to refer? Was it Ms. Hodlem? You're next, I think. Yep.
Good evening. My name is Christine Hodlin, town meeting member from Precinct 2. First, I just want to also thank the town planner and all of those who have worked on this article. It is an amazing amount of work and effort that's been put in to try to get this forward to us today, and I really, really appreciate it. I live at 112 Maple Street, which falls in the Elliott Street subdivision of this proposed zoning. My son and his wife and 2 children, aged 5 and 1, live in the Tucker School District. They both work in Boston Public Schools, and they cannot afford to buy a house here in Milton or anywhere nearby. My husband and I raised our 3 children here, and we're now lucky to have many grandchildren in this area. We would like to downsize our 4-bedroom house at some time in the near future and be able to still remain in this area. This law begins to address the lack of housing options for both young families and seniors in this area. This article is in compliance with the state requirements, and voting for it is the best path forward for our town. As Brian said, we can all work on making improvements to the zoning after it has passed. Like me, you all took an oath to uphold the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and you should not refer this back, but approve this article to get some zoning in now, before December 31st. Thank you.
I'll go to the left of the gentleman in the jacket in the corner there. Were you first whichever one of you was first, please just stand up. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Matt Morong. I live at 136 Elliott Street in Precinct 2, right at the corner of Elliott Street and Central Avenue. I am an architect who began my career in planning, and I have been designing rail and transit facilities for the past 12 years. The MBTA Communities Law speaks to both my professional expertise and my personal interests. The expansion of multifamily zoning carries a host of benefits for Milton, and the article before you is a sensitive, carefully crafted means of achieving it. There are many reasons to support this article. First off, the law compels us to, and for good reason. The state has seen that many local governments, including Milton's, have largely stagnated in their land use policies. Despite obvious reasons to loosen the restrictive zoning laws, in practice, doing this at the local level has proven extremely difficult despite need. Doing this is sound public policy, and the outcome will be beneficial on many levels. Milton's proximity to Boston, access to recreational resources, and transit infrastructure make it a massively appealing place to live, there is plenty of remaining potential to tap for new residents. The value of those resources will only increase when more people join us. The importance of the Mattapan Trolley and the viability of walkable restaurants and shops in our villages will be bolstered when more residents live nearby to support them. This point underscores the importance of Article 2 for mandatory mixed-use zoning. As we encourage walkability and increase density around transit, we should also expand commercial opportunities in the town. Rather than sending our dollars to Quincy, or Lower Mills, or Braintree, let's continue to build the local economy of Milton and reinforce the benefits of increased density. The Boston region has seen a confluence of factors that make living in high-opportunity areas unaffordable. Today, people in our region looking to buy houses are often saddled with school debt, forced to pay high rent, and then expected to save money on top of this to amass a down payment on a very expensive house. I count myself among the fortunate few new residents who are still able to make it in, despite having all these factors stacked against me. There are massive sacrifices that even households considered upper class need to make to afford a modest house here. For these reasons and a litany of others, the environmental benefits of multifamily construction and neighborhood density, the unwinding of social injustice embodied in zoning laws, the health benefits of walkable neighborhoods. I could go on and on. I won't, but compliance with this law will have many positive outcomes. The Warrant Committee has recommended that this article go back to the Select Board for more study and notes that the Planning Board has promised an article of their own for the May 2024 town meeting. Let me say, I've closely followed the Planning Board's process in regards to this article for almost 2 years now, and I have little faith that more study will yield a productive outcome with this board. I can't believe it, but people are still debating whether or not the trolley is rapid transit. Take it from someone who works in the industry, it is. And the senseless debate about this, which I understand is going to continue tonight, is a waste of time, the very resource that the Planning Board claims to need. Constructive solutions and ideas about how to comply with all of the law are few and far between. Sending the article back to a divided board with no clear vision for compliance, no basic plan for achieving this compliance, and an uncertain commitment to following the law in full is a risky wager, given all that is at stake. We are fortunate that the Select Board and Town Planning Department took it upon themselves to develop this article. It applies constructive ideas that came out of the town's planning process, builds on the character of established neighborhoods, and provides opportunities for transformative development on underutilized parcels throughout the town. It identifies places with more intensive development, makes sense, and takes advantage of those opportunities. It also leaves the door open for future change. As new opportunities to improve life in Milton through zoning emerge, this strategy is a framework for those adjustments. It weighs many competing factors and produces a result that will still feel like Milton. So I look to you, the members of town meeting, to build on the Select Board and Planning Department's efforts to show us what Milton can do. Milton can be open to change and allow compatible housing that is more within reach of average residents. Milton can look beyond its borders and be part of the solution for the region's housing crisis. And Milton can open itself to new neighbors. The conditions around Milton have changed. It's time for Milton to meet this change on its own terms that are good for Milton, or risk having the state change us instead. Thank you very much.
Sir, the gentleman right there in the corner. You, sir. I think you were next. Yes. Folks, might save time. We do have mics right in front. You can just hop up and speak. They all work. Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Cohane. I live on Antwerp Street. I'm town meeting member, Precinct 7. I agree with the intent of this act, but our response is not ready for a number of reasons, and I stand in support of the Warrant Committee's recommendation to refer this back. I'm a firm believer in determining a person's motivations and then listening to their words and then make your decisions based on that. I'm a father and a grandfather. I could not love my children and grandchildren more, and I'm concerned about the world we're going to leave them. My nephew recently moved out of state to his new wife's state of Louisiana because he could not afford to buy a home here, and my sister is devastated. I've been involved in residential building construction in my life. In fact, I built 3 homes in Milton years ago. The primary reason for this act is to provide affordable housing in a climate-friendly way next to public transportation. I can't agree more with 2 more pressing issues, one that threatens the economic viability of our state and the other, the very future of our planet. I understand the sense of urgency, the rigid deadlines, but it would be worse to go home tonight thinking we addressed these issues if in fact we didn't. Before going too far, I would like to thank everybody involved who put this together, especially Tim, because I've seen him the most, in fact, as recently as last Thursday. I'm told we're looking at the biggest zoning change in 100 years. The planning board was bypassed for timing reasons. There's a story here, but the undeniable fact is they were bypassed, not involved, call it what you want, in the biggest zoning change we face in 100 years. And please don't throw NIMBY at me. That's a great catch-all for anyone who poses any zoning change. But I'd like to add a new one, YIMBY, yes in my backyard, to any solution that has even a chance of solving these problems. And there's going to be pain in the solution. For some more than others, unfortunately. But if the solution did not cause anyone any pain, it would be fixed already. Those of us who are not feeling the impact directly should support those of us who are. The act was first proposed by then Governor Baker in 2021, and the primary reason was affordable housing, and it was instigated by the Amazon decision not to open a facility here. Affordable housing was the reason. And there's very little in this act that requires affordable housing, and in our response to it. In fact, only 10-unit buildings require affordable housing. I'm willing to bet there'll be a lot of 9-unit buildings built under this proposal. Here we are at another zoning change that focuses on increasing supply as a method of driving down the cost of housing. I won't bore you with the number of examples of that not working, but as I mentioned, I've been in the building field all my life, and I can tell you there's a certain paranoia regarding economic cycles that will stop this. Just recently, everyone asked me, how busy are you? I'm in a primary indicator field. They know down cycle is coming, always has, always will. They will stop building as soon as the threat shows itself. So the underlying assumption of this act oversupply to drive down costs. But what will happen is supply will slow as demand slows, and prices will dip for a short period of time and climb as they always have. Oh, but some say it is ready. To that I say, Housing and Livable Communities has amended this as recently as August. And we're forced to implement a flawed plan that will cause the biggest zoning change in 100 years in a matter of weeks. If you think that all of a sudden affordable housing will come to market because of this act, I hope you're right. If you're not, these problems will get worse. From what even our own town officials are on record as saying, the best this will result is in 971 new housing units, 88 of which will be affordable based on the rate of change analysis, which addresses fiscal modeling. And golly gee, what a surprise it makes the impact look minimal. If they want to sue us for making their flawed plan better, so be it. If nothing else will shine the light on the problems. The press will throw NIMBY at us again, but hold your head high, because we will go down with those who challenged this plan and made it better. And in all likelihood, it will happen. It won't. Nothing will happen in the short term. Who are the winners right out of the gate? Developers, property owners, to mention two, and the people this was designed to help get a week down the road hope that transit-oriented affordable housing will be created, when even our own town officials are saying likely that will not happen. Per the Secretary of the Housing Livable Communities, it is all about setting the table for more transit-oriented housing in the years and decades ahead, which is not just good housing policy, but good climate and transportation policy too. Decades ahead. So let's get it right. and go down as one of the towns that stood up and fixed this act. And please support the Warrant Committee's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll go to this side, the second row behind Ms. Our town clerk. I can't quite see her. You in the jacket, sir? Light shirt, pink shirt? Is that you? Yes. Sorry, I don't know everyone's name.
Okay. I'll be brief.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Hi, everyone. My name is Jonathan Lashley, Precinct 4, Thatcher Street. I'm relatively new to town meeting, but in that brief time, I've had an opportunity to get to know quite a few of you, and it's a pleasure to see so many familiar faces out there. For those of you who don't know me yet, I'm an architect, registered here in the Commonwealth, and I specialize in multifamily housing, affordable housing, and senior housing, what we like to call design for aging. And I think that's sort of one of the reasons why I made a point of standing up here tonight. It's an exciting time to be involved in the architecture, design, and construction field here in Massachusetts, precisely because of things like the MBTA Communities Act, which intends to look to the future and bring purpose-driven, much-needed revisions to zoning bylaws in Milton and adjacent communities. I think the process will not perhaps be without its challenges, of course, but fundamentally there's a real opportunity to bring positive, incremental, and needed change to our community. So a hope that I have this evening is that as a design professional, I might briefly offer some wisdom and professional insight into what's at stake in our vote tonight. Firstly, there is no doubt that there's an extreme housing crunch here in Massachusetts, especially in the immediate Boston area served by the MBTA. It's what I work on every day. You've already heard it many times tonight, but this is driving up housing pricing and forcing out the young professionals, some of whom want to return to town, older adults, the working class, and civil servants. I love calling Milton my newish home, and I'd like to see this broad and diverse base of citizens be able to do the same. Secondly, we've already heard from many of our peers tonight on the specifics of the actual changes at stake, but I want to just say a little bit more about the importance of this process. Zoning is the earliest mechanism by which construction and real estate development are defined and established to contend with the needs of the community in which they're based. In our town, we should think of this as a safeguard and a roadmap to think thoughtfully about what our built environment looks like, where the commercial districts are, where the residential ones are, how large or densely developed a plot is, and yes, how many family units may be on one of those plots. Critically, MBTA communities will provide for us, for the first time in decades, a significant and needed zoning update, and is defining where and how much housing may be developed, but not mandating what will be developed. Zoning does not compel new housing construction. Thirdly, I really want to reiterate that dozens and dozens of hard-working and experienced professionals, volunteers, Milton residents, elected officials, and others have been working on what this whole thing looks like for many months. One of the arguments we're hearing over and over again is that there hasn't been enough time to properly think about what the state is requiring and to properly plan for the future, and I disagree. Kicking the can down the road another 5 months to another vote will not significantly alter the zoning design at hand. The folks' hard work on this will be very likely to return with a similar plan, nor will it somehow make the MBTA community's requirements magically go away. What delaying authorizing the new zoning will do is put the town in default of the law, exposing us to all of the financial penalties, reputational risks, and potential lawsuits that we have been hearing about tonight. Finally, I want to say a bit more about two of the districts that stand to be most potentially impacted by the MBTA community's rezoning, namely the Elliott Street corridor and the East Milton Square, Granite Ave area. One of the things I've heard around town is it's been said that the increased zoning density required by the law should be evenly distributed across town. But this idea is explicitly counter to both the spirit of the act itself and to the repeated concern over the impacts to the look and feel of the fabric of the town, which so many of us feel passionately about. By concentrating as-of-right multifamily zoning along public transit lines and nearby to the town's most significant existing commercial area, we can provide the opportunity for an invaluable new resource here in Milton, namely housing stock, while maintaining the physical characteristics of the town, green space, and good neighbors, which so many of us appreciate. That concludes my remarks. I hope you'll join me in a no to refer back vote tonight. Thank you, and I look forward to getting to know many more of you as we move onwards and upwards and forwards. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am in front, I think you were next, sir? Mr. Rosera, okay. You can state your name and address, please, sir.
My name's Steve Acera, Precinct 10. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for the opportunity to speak, and through you to the members. I have some slides. Slide 1 from me. Yes. Yes. I've lived in Milton for 30 years since I got married. I've also been an attorney in good standing in the state and federal bar for longer than that. Several months ago, I submitted some documentary evidence to the Select Board, including an annual report from the Board of Directors of the MBTA for the period ending October 31, 1968, in which the Board of Directors, could you give me the next slide, too? At the top of the board's annual report, you will see that it notes there was a proposed conversion of the high-speed Mattapan trolley line to rapid transit by extending the red line from Ashmont to Mattapan Square. That revision was approved by the Board of Directors and by the Advisory Board, but was halted by litigation brought by the town of Milton, and that project was abandoned. So the MBTA Board of Directors does not consider us a rapid transit community, and they abandoned that project back in 1968. Can I get the next slide? Following the evidence I presented to the Select Board, another Milton attorney, a retired attorney, who's a senior partner in the litigation department of the world-famous law firm Skadden Arps, brought information and a fully prepared administrative law complaint to the Select Board, shown up above the summary of that document, showing more defects in the administration of this process by the agency. The statute specifically requires the existence of commuter rail stations, subway stations, ferry terminals, or bus stations. The agency was informed that there are no subway stations in Milton as the term is used in transit language. The agency responded by changing the guidelines from using the word subway stations to substitute the words presence of fixed transit assets. But that's not the language used in the statute passed by the legislature, which is the law. So the agency had no authority to change the statute of the statute language passed by the legislature, and once again underscores its intent to misclassify Milton as a rapid transit community and force us into the most stringent housing guidelines under that category. I have a lot to read. I won't get it in all this time. The town council or the chairman of the select board mentioned the fact that the courts traditionally allow deference to agency regulations. However, that's not unlimited deference. The Massachusetts Supreme Court has previously issued a three-part test on the limits of that deference. I submit all three parts of that test are failed by the guidelines in this case. The legislature did not authorize the enormous policy decisions and expansions promulgated in the guidelines. They violate Supreme Court proscriptions on the unlawful delegation of legislative authority. Milton could easily comply with the requirements of the state statute with only a small fraction of the zoning changes required by the agency guidelines. Can I get the next slide? So, we're being trapped by this trolley and being called a rapid transit community. The reality is the Mattapan trolley line serves as a shuttle bus alternative for community access to rapid transit service at Ashmont Station. That's all it is. Under equal application of the guidelines, every town with bus service to a subway station in another city of town would also be classified as a rapid transit community. Other problems are, how long is this trolley going to exist? This article in Commonwealth Journal cites long-standing problems with maintenance and repair issues, mechanical parts availability, snow, and infrastructure, and contains information, highly redacted, of course, from MBTA consultants who recommend conversion of the line to bus service and say that costs and major infrastructure issues will likely drive future conversion to a bus line instead of light rail vehicles. So the town is being pushed into the biggest zoning change in 100 years because of an antique trolley line with a dubious future, and will be trapped with the consequences if the trolley is later eliminated by the MBTA.
Mr. Oseri, you have 3 minutes left.
Okay. Next slide. This is the proposed map under the town's zoning plan. It shows a disparate and negative impact on the Granite Ave proposed sub-district, which is, unlike the other proposed sub-districts, more or less a blank slate. You can see the modeled capacity up there, totaling 701 new units. And what will those new units potentially look like? Can I get the next slide? Here's what they might look like. This is right next door to us. Mattapan Square, the Loop at Mattapan Station. This housing project contains only 135 housing units. The town's plan is for 701 new units on Granite Ave, which means you could have 5 of these structures on Granite Ave under the town's proposal.
You have about a minute, sir.
And we will then have Milton's new Port of Miami cruise ship terminal with a mile of gray cruise ship structures. Best option for town meeting is refer back to the select board for careful evaluation of undisclosed fiscal impacts, including the new school district that will be required for the Granite Ave district, a new police station, a state police substation, for the absolute traffic chaos down there. I think it should be referred back for removal of unfair community impact to the Granite Ave subdistrict, completion of complex design work, careful evaluation of the fiscal impacts, which we don't have from our consultants. I think the affordable housing minimum percentage should be raised to 15%. And the last issue, my last slide.
Yes, if you could wrap up, sir.
What about the year-end deadline? Completely arbitrary, illogically conceived. It was not set by the legislature in the statute. It was unilaterally created by the agency. They changed definitions already to hurt Milton. Why can't they allow a change in the deadline for monumental zoning changes? The planning board requested a reasonable extension of time, and I just learned that it was denied. However, the imposition of any penalty on the town for its good faith inability to meet overwhelming demands under an arbitrary deadline, despite its best efforts and timely submission of a reasonable extension request, would be an abuse of discretion under state law and a violation of the town's substantive due process rights under the U.S. Constitution.
Sir, if you could wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. On my left, the woman 2 seats in, or 3 seats in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, everyone. My name is Camila Chaparro. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 4. I would like to start out by voicing my support for Article 1 and asking my fellow town meeting members to join me in voting no on the recommendation to refer this article back for further study. I also want to thank the town planner and all the other town staff involved in this process for the tremendous amount of work that they have done to get us here today. I live in a wonderful, diverse, community-oriented neighborhood of Milton, made up of single-family homes as well as duplexes and multifamily residences. Over the decade that we have lived here, we have seen home prices, including the estimated market value of our own modest home, rise dramatically, due at least in part to extremely limited housing supply. While homeowners generally appreciate increasing home values, I'm also very cognizant of the fact that if I were looking to buy a home for my family now, we would not be able to afford to live and buy a home in Milton. And I fear that the same will be true for my children, which has already been expressed this evening, if we don't take steps now to address the severe housing crisis that we are experiencing. Several additional benefits that the proposed rezoning could have in Milton that I look forward to include increased tax revenue, the potential for additional commercial development to provide amenities for our residents, and hopefully greater use of public transportation. Finally, as a parent of 2 children in the public schools and a town meeting member who supported the land swap to address overcrowding in our district, I appreciate the analyses that have been done to get a sense of how passage of this article could potentially affect our schools. I know that this has been brought up as a concern by many over the course of this discussion, and it's an important question. To that end, if I could ask, please, Mr. Moderator, if someone, perhaps from the school department, would be able to share with us their thoughts on how they anticipate the schools being affected by the proposed rezoning in Article 1, particularly in terms of enrollment of students. Thank you.
Well, ma'am, is that important to your vote on motion to refer, or is that something we might address when we get to the substance, if we do?
Is it possible to address now?
In the interest of time, it's not critical to your decision on motion to refer. Might you withhold the question just because we've got 20 people teed up still to go, and we're on our first motion?
If it's possible to address it.
So it'll affect your decision. All right, does a member of the school committee have an opinion for the member?
Good evening, Lizzie Carroll, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 3, Chair of the School Committee. I'd like to ask to recognize Dr. Burrows, our Superintendent.
Recognize, sir. And Mr. Burrows, I believe this is your first town meeting, right? In the seat, so to speak.
It is. I was here in the spring briefly, but yeah. Hi, everyone. In terms of the number of students coming into schools and the impact, we believe it would be roughly 1 student per section in our elementary schools. So 1 student coming in. So we don't believe that the numbers would significantly impact our ability to educate those students, especially with the addition of the new school building that is currently at play.
Thank you. I'll go to this side. Ma'am, were you next? Yes.
Good evening. My name is Regina Campbell Malone. Can you guys hear me through the mask? All right. I live at 177 Truro Lane, and I am a P1 town meeting member. At various community meetings, a very common story is shared from our beloved lifelong residents. My family moved to Milton X decades ago from Dorchester, from South Boston, from Quincy. The narrative continues. My family moved to this town for better schools, for safer streets, for a welcoming community with character. They bought their home. Their kids went to Milton Public Schools. Many met their partners and had their own children here. And if they chose to, many of those children still live in Milton. Please raise your hand if this was the story of your family's journey to Milton. Really? Just you? Okay, that's great. Well, today there are many more people from the same neighborhoods that many Miltonite families came from, apparently no town meeting members. And this would be the Jamaica Plain that had a high-low instead of a Whole Foods. This would be from the pre-Target Roslindale that was International Bakery Central with Bruschettos and Diane's Bakery and Fornax Bread Company, Ruro's Greek Pastry Shop, and Bob's Pita Bakery, all within walking distance. And increasingly by families that were systematically shut out of living here because of who they were. And just like your families, these families want the same opportunities for their children. They want better schools. They want safe streets. And they want a welcoming community with character. That character is not defined by our exclusivity. It's not defined by freestanding single-family homes or by continuing to slow walk changes, reducing opportunities for others to have what we have. Instead, the character of Milton is defined by volunteering to serve on boards and committees that generally problem solve for this community. It's defined by how we uphold and build new traditions, from parades to Monster Dash to town government. And it's defined by your willingness to help your neighbors and to send your children to schools together. As we seek to provide our town's children with a new school building to properly serve them, I want you to keep in mind some choices that we've made as a town. In a town that prioritizes its residential tax base over commercial development, it makes economic sense to diversify our zoning, expand our housing stock, and welcome new neighbors to help support our town in funding the amenities that we love. Our parks and recreation, our public schools, our first responders. These are the things that we appreciate about living in the town of Milton. And others would appreciate that opportunity as well. Changing our zoning laws is just one step in the direction to welcoming new people to our town. It has long been the history of Milton and other bedroom communities of Boston to play keep away, to hold on to what they love so dear, and to keep others out. And that's not the Milton that I want to live in. I want to live in a Milton that welcomed me here when I came 8 years ago, and that will continue to welcome others as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The gentleman behind Mr. Wells, do you wish to be recognized in the second row? No? Perhaps, sir, if the gentleman to the right, if you could just move back a row, because it looks like you're waiting to be recognized. And Mr. Acer, if you could perhaps take a seat in the back, because you're taking up seats from folks. No, you're first time here. It's okay. Okay, now I think we'll go back to the left. I think, yes, Ms. Panarese, you're next.
Thank you, Moderator Hiss. My name is Sasa Panarese, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 5. I urge the town meeting members to support the Warrant Committee and send Article 1 back for further review. Milton has repeatedly been voted one of the best towns to live in the United States. We are diversely populated and beautifully balanced, adding 2,461 units, or 1,600 net new units, is not a healthy move for Milton. Done properly, high-density housing can make sense and also offer environmental benefits. But this is not the case in Milton. To work properly, it needs to be next to a well-designed public transit system, which cuts the need for cars, in turn reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Changing the zoning to allow for this large number of units in East Milton will only add to our already huge congestion issues. Further, the future residents could not take advantage of our so-called rapid transit trolley line because there is no parking near any of the station stops that would need to be driven to, defeating the original purpose of the MBTA Communities Law. Additionally, to be successful, high-density housing needs to include and integrate green space into the design. This improves the quality of life for residents by providing areas for recreation, relaxation, and socialization. There is not enough area in the proposed plots to integrate an appropriate amount of green space. Slivers and small buffer zones do not count as recreation areas. As written, the Planning Board does not have the ability to reject a zoning compliant project, and there is no specific provisions for green space. There are no guidelines protecting current trees and environmentally pleasing topography. Developers do not care the same way that neighborhood residents do about a special tree or existing green space. Milton is beautiful and can continue to be. It is not in our character to create a grayscape development like the Boston Seaport. The Warrant Committee's vote was 9-5 against, the Planning Board vote was 4-1 against, and the Select Board was a narrow majority yes vote of 3-2. It seems prudent that we send it back for further review. Let's grow Milton in a way that keeps our special tree-lined streets and backyards and ensures that we continue to be voted one of the best towns in the U.S. This needs more study. Thank you.
The gentleman in the white, were you next down here? Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, or good evening. My name is Mark Christo. I live at 17 Waldo Road in Precinct 2. I did submit some slides, so I don't know if they're
Yes, we have them.
at hand. Okay, if I could ask for
Our
my-
Warrant Committee clerk is looking to pull them up.
Excuse me?
Yes, the woman right in front of you, she has
Oh,
the
sorry.
laptop. She's looking to pull them up. Yes.
Thank you. It's kind of, yes, good. got 10 minutes. Could I ask you just to give me like a 5-minute maybe mark halfway through so
Yes.
I know where I'm at?
Happy to.
Thank you. Do you want me to sit back and wait for? Yeah, I mean, I could, yeah, I mean, yeah, oh, thank you, that's good. May I start? Okay. Again, my name is Mark Christo, 17 Waldo Road, Precinct 2. If there's one point that you take away from me tonight, it is that Milton has been erroneously classified as a rapid transit community. Such a classification is a dubious premise and an inequitable basis for Milton that is driving a housing agenda for 2,461 newly zoned housing units in town. This has proven to be a most challenging, contentious task for all involved, and with good reason. A less deleterious, ambitious alternative is to be reclassified to adjacent community. That would reduce our required zone capacity by 60% to 984 units with 2 additional benefits: a 1-year extension for compliance to December of 2024, and more control of the planning process without pitting neighborhoods against one another. For that, I gladly offer 3 compelling reasons related to the Mattapan Trolley's present operational function, its past historical records, and future plans that confirm and support with consistency that the trolley never was nor is rapid transit. Point number 1 and slide number 2, if I could. The operational inferiority of the small, antiquated, single-vessel PCC trolley with limited carrying capacity serves only as a feeder to Ashmont, the rapid transit terminus. Additionally, the trolley operates as a short, standalone loop and has no ability to provide direct transport downtown. This is a critical deficit. To continue downtown, every passenger is required to transfer, resulting in a split ride handicap, at which point you immediately lose your priority seating. Upon reboarding, passengers then contend with 2 additional wait times, that is, a second headway, now for the rapid transit train itself, and a dwell time for that train for the sequencing of the rapid transit 6-vessel train. If I could ask you to pull up the next slide, 3. I put forth 2 formulas that show the function of rapid transit by 2 variables. So most people that take rapid transit on any of the red lines, from Ashmont, Braintree, or AOY for the green, the orange, and the blue, have 2 variables. That is always the local wait plus the trip to downtown. For Milton residents that utilize the Mattapan trolley to get downtown, you have a local wait time at your trolley stop, the trip to Ashmont, the required transfer, a second wait for the rapid transit train at Ashmont Station, the dwell time for it to be sequenced, and then lastly, the trip to downtown Boston. Furthermore, the rapid transit train has a seismic 10-fold increase in its seating capacity in comparison to the trolley. There are 38 seats on the trolley. There are 65 seats on each of the 6 vessels on the rapid transit train, which equates to 390 seats total. Clearly, the Mattapan trolley is distinctly dissimilar from rapid transit, which is reflected by its anemic daily passenger counts. Next slide, please, 4. Passenger counts. Daily ridership at Capon and Valley Road is but a few dozen. Central Ave and Milton, a few hundred, while most rapid transit station counts within the MBTA system are steadily in the thousands. Further, the redesigned Ashmont station presents a more cumbersome, lengthier, prolonged transfer as the trolley now offloads outside of the station, leaving passengers to walk inside of the station and then to descend 1 flight of stairs to the rapid transit platform below. One never pays a rapid transit fare until boarding at Ashmont. Point number 2. The 1967 and 1969 proposed conversion of the Mattapan trolley to rapid transit would have drastically altered both the service operations and the physical landscape, but was abandoned by the MBTA. The sole reason for expanding rapid transit through Milton was to locate a new train yard and a repair facility along the banks of the Neponset River and at Mattapan Square to replace a yard in Harvard Square. There were many reasons that this ultimately did not happen, including environmental pushback for what it would do to the river and her ecosystem because of the elimination of 5 or 6 trolley stops that would be required to allow the movement of the trains at longer platforms to ascend and to accelerate and decelerate at financial costs, but ultimately it was abandoned because the state found a more suitable, cost-effective alternative train yard. Today, the essentially unchanged trolley stands in stark contrast to that proposed transformative and yes, abandoned rapid transit campaign.
Mr. Christo, that's 5
Thank
minutes.
You. We're on slide 4. Could I ask you to switch to slide 5? Yes, thank you. Records offer much evidence, including newspaper articles and official summary reports that provide a tremendous benchmark for what rapid transit would have looked like in our community. On this particular slide, you'll see the Milton record transcript with articles and also a nice schematic showing how things would have changed had the rapid transit been introduced and converted, the trolley been converted. The Red Line's terminus would have been extended outward from Ashmont to Mattapan. As mentioned, 5 of the 6 trolley stops along the route would have been eliminated, leaving just 1 station at Milton Station. And in the middle photograph there, you'll see the necessary construction of large overhead viaducts at same grade road crossings to segregate and elevate third rail trains above busy Central Ave. And of course, the building of the massive train yards along the Neponset River, which was the reason behind the campaign. Eventually, the MBTA abandoned their plans with the acquisition of a Dover Street yard in South Boston, the preferred alternative that only presented due to the collapse of the private railway system. Penn Central folded and Amtrak assumed its operation. If you could go to slide 6 for me, please. You'll see on the left the article of the advisory board, and I can't read it from here, selects Dover Street, and you'll also see commentary from our executive secretary, John Cronin, who stated that the board's executive secretary attended every MBTA advisory board meeting and was pleased that the final one on December 19th resulted in the approval of the Dover Street site for the relocation of the Bennett Elliott Street car barns, thereby ending the threatened Mattapan rapid transit extension. Third point, lastly, the current proposed $66 million Mattapan transformation project will renovate, but it will not incorporate the Mattapan trolley as part of rapid transit. The Mattapan trolley will remain a feeder to the Ashmont terminus, which it sits entirely beyond. Reclassification should have been addressed and resolved twice before, in my estimation. First, in early winter of 2022, when DHCD requested feedback on their draft guidelines. The Milton Select Board responded with a letter dated March 30th, 2022, expressing their concerns, but never questioned Milton's classification as a rapid transit community. After DCHD's feedback review, many changes were made, including the downgrade of 5 rapid transit communities, Arlington, Melrose, Wellesley, Weston, and Winthrop, which our town planner has recently confirmed. If I could ask you to provide me with slide number 7.
You've got about 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Originally, there were 17 rapid transit communities. Today, there are 12. This is a lost opportunity for us that should not have been overlooked. Milton's best interests have not been well served by that oversight. In fact, there were 80 communities that benefited from downgrades. Regrettably, in August of 2023, our select board pushed vigorously to edit a purposeful, strong letter with our request for reclassification, initially a collaborative effort drafted by the chairs from the select board, the planning board, the town administrator, and town planner. Without the knowledge of those who drafted the letter, much of the material content was struck and the letter's intent diminished, which prompted the planning board to not support it, but to write their own separate letter. The response from MassDOT, if I could ask for the next, I'm sorry, that slide has a letter on it.
You've got about a minute left, sir.
Thank you. The response from MassDOT to the Select Board acknowledged the request for seeking an explanation of the Mattapan trolley line as rapid transit. That is a much different ask than is a deliberate direct request for reclassification. But nowhere in that response letter do I see a confirmation stating that the Mattapan trolley is rapid transit. The letter stops short of doing that. The narrative never mentions the term rapid transit. As an FYI, I recently spoke to the MBT board as a citizen to that end. There is much unfinished work that needs to be completed to get this right for Milton. More time is needed. Slide 8, please. We can comply and support reasonable housing initiatives, but we need first to resolve this inequitable rapid transit classification. After all, one cannot expect a small single trolley to support such an aggressive overdevelopment, knowing it doesn't have the high capacity of rapid transit. The erroneous classification is an opportunity and an obligation to continue our work, partly because our state has not. We need to pull all supporting evidence on the table in seeking reclassification. Our most important task is to get this done and done right, as has been said many, many times. That is the task before you. Please send this article back for further study as per the Warren Committee's recommendation. With that, I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before the meeting, Ms. Gankarski reminded us of the need to stretch every 2 hours, and it's been 2 hours. Would you like to stand up for a minute in your place and just get the blood flowing for a bit? And
I don't think so. They come back and they said if you whatever transit assets, you can't change it. So when these people say we're disobeying the law, we're not disobeying the law.
Yeah, I'm right there.
Yeah. You can't do that. Yeah. I can't ask you a question. So
I can go to you and like one. Oh yeah, I see him over there. Yeah. Probably want to do it.
I agree. I don't know if I Roxanne. I don't know if I can hang in there just to get up and say that one thing.
You should. Yeah. I didn't see Maggie.
I would, but would be here all night.
Well, I think you'll be here next Tuesday.
When do they quit? 11?
I don't know. Maybe 11?
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, it's going to go on for days. It'll be Christmas and we'll be here.
No, I just say the short. If they answer, on definition of rapid transit and they change the language, transit,
Yes. Well, it's actually. Thank you, everyone. I'll entertain a motion to, we call it move the question, which does two things. It's been seconded. It does two things here in Milton. It limits debate to 5 minutes, and it prevents anyone from speaking twice on the article. And so far, no one spoke once. Mr. Mal, could you put up, by the way, it is debatable. Is there any discussion on moving the question and going to 5 minutes? I didn't think so. Okay. Mr. Mallet, since we're doing electronic voting, if you could put it up briefly. Rob, you can do one on the fly? Great. Thank you. We'll vote as soon as you see it on the screen. Yeah. All in favor of moving the question, which will limit debate to 5 minutes, please press 1 or A. Oppose, press 2 or no. And abstain, press 3 or C. By the way, as a reminder, you can keep changing your vote until we close the vote. But whatever the last button you press is the button that will get recorded. In other words, when you're happy with your vote, I'd take your hands off the clicker. The motion carries with a majority vote of 89%. With that, I'll go to Mr. Kelly. You're recognized, sir.
Mr. Moderator, is there an exception for those that were waiting before that request was made?
I'm afraid not.
Okay. All right. I'm in favor of sending it back for review and more discussion. Let me just start this. When I became a town meeting member, we were always struggling for money, and people would say, we need more commercial development. That's what I always heard from residents. We need more commercial development to get more money for the schools and everything else. I had an office in Canton on 138, and I drive there in the traffic every day. In 138, as most of you, if you've ever traveled there, is pretty dense with commercial development. So I really thought Canton had it easy until I talked to some Canton residents. And they went through everything that we went through, fighting over money and not having enough money in their budgets to make things work. So it was a invaluable lesson to me, was that just because you are developing something doesn't mean things are going to be easier. And so it brings me back to this situation here. I walk in tonight, and I have all these people out there voting in favor tonight, and I was kind of perplexed. These are people that I've actually followed a lot with voting, and I like a lot of these people, and I just couldn't understand why they were going with what we have right now. So I'm up here because I'm disappointed. I'm in Precinct 7. I'm a town meeting member, and I think I need to stand up here for a lot of the residents of Precinct 7 who are going to take most of the density from this zoning change. And the likelihood of it happening there quicker than other areas is probably great because some of those parcels are undeveloped. So I don't like the fact that the affordable housing option is going to be put in the densest part on Granite Ave and it taken away from the areas that are closer to the T. There's no rapid transit or any kind of transit. There's a bus once in a while. But I was told we'll get more buses. Well, they can't get enough bus drivers, so I don't believe that. I think if we went before a judge and explained we need more time, I think with all the federal mandates on the T to get their act together, and the fact that they just said they're going to need 24 or 25 billion to get their act together, that we could get some more time. Matter of fact, why don't we get the T, get their act together, and by then we'll have our act together, okay? So I don't really like it. And so I heard a speaker tonight talk about, she would like her children to be able to stay in Milton. I would have liked my children to stay in Milton. My children are in Weymouth. I call it kind of an E neighborhood, and this is like an A or a B. You give them a hard time. But the point is, they couldn't afford Milton. And then when you have affordable housing, the problem with affordable housing, everybody wants affordable housing, but there's a cost. See, the cost is that the remaining units have to be more expensive. So in other words, what you're going to get is a lot of units that are expensive, a few units that some people can qualify for. But if your child in Milton lives with you and you're trying to get affordable housing for them, they don't qualify because they take the household income, especially if you're still working. So there's a lot of challenges. So I talked to a gentleman the other day at the schools. We just went through, who was at the town meeting when we were voting on tearing down the trees to build a school? That was a tough decision. I felt bad for the people that live next door. But you see, it wasn't close to my house. I didn't live next door, so it was a little easier, okay? The building committee made it pretty clear that there's no place else to build a school in this town. If you believe everything they said, there is no place else to build a school based on the rules that the school department, that the state has on building a school, a compliant school. Now, I talked to Tim. I was on a call with Tim the other night, and he did an awesome job, and he explained, and he kind of was like, wow. When someone asked him about the schools, he said, well, statistics show that most of these housing aren't going to have a lot of children in them.
Sir, you've got about a minute left.
Okay. So yesterday, I ran into a gentleman, and his name is Kevin. And I said, Kevin, how you doing? His wife died a few years ago. He says, I'm doing fine. I said, you still have your house? He says, yeah. I said, you thinking of selling? He says, where am I going to go? He says, I'm going to be there till I die. There's about 10 families in my neighborhood, the same shape. We got the baby boomers, and a lot of the baby boomers are getting older. The kids are out of the house, and they have no place to go. And you think the solution is more multifamily in Milton, and they're all going to go there. Well, guess what? If they do, and you read the frequently asked questions about the schools that I got from the planning department, you're going to see that the ones that provide the most density or the most children to the schools are single-family homes. So as soon as you give someone, all these elderly, a place to go, and they can still stay in their community, those houses are going to become houses full of children.
If you could wrap up, sir.
And we do not have the capacity, because if I listened at the last town meeting, we don't have the ability to build another school. I could go on, believe me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think, sir, in the blue, you may be next.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Doug Hine, Precinct 2, 453 Elliott Street. I'm very tall, so I don't know how to do this, but anyway, we'll do a wide base. All right, I'll try and do a tight 3 minutes. I've been thinking about this article, or really this law, for the better part of a year. But until today, until like an hour and a half ago, I didn't really know what I was going to do in terms of the vote. So the law itself, the act, very generally creates a zone of multifamily housing, and I am on board with that, right? And it's an enabling statute, and then it just says, okay, you administrative agency, figure out what all that means. And what they came up with is bananas. It's completely bananas. 2,461 units is nuts, okay? 25% increase in housing. Now, I think about these things when I drive around town, and I think to myself, well, how are other towns doing this? Like Brookline, where I think the town council said that, we have a duty to make sure that, they're creating, according to their town planner, a net of 800 housing units. Okay, and their requirement is around 7,000. But they're creating a net of around 800 because they have a lot of multifamily existing already. They're basically just drawing a giant circle around existing T stations. They're saying, all right, well, where there's 4 stories, now you can make it 5 or 6. Wink, wink. I'm sure that'll happen. And it won't, right? Think about that. That bothers me. It strikes me as unfair to Milton because we don't have places like that we can do. It strikes me as a little unfair that all these towns are trying to game the system and be in compliance with these guidelines, but really have no intention of building all the units that we're supposed to. And we're doing it here in Milton, right? Just out of necessity, I suppose. We're saying, hey, Unquity House, we're zoning over there, but don't worry, no one's going to tear it down. Or we're going to zone over at 88 Wharf, but don't worry, no one's going to tear it down. And that bothers me. That bothers me. Because we do need more housing, and we need more affordable housing. And it doesn't seem like we're really doing that. And I drive around, and it bothers me that we asked the HLC and the T for more time to get this done. We asked for recategorization, and they say, no, you got a deadline, you got to meet it. Yet they tear down the steps by Milton Landing and say, maybe we'll get to it in 4 years or so. It's ridiculous. A lot of things said like that today drive me crazy, make me angry, right? So I can barely think. But this is about reasoned debate. This is about putting aside our emotions, our very real emotions that I'm sure a lot of us have, about not liking the impact of this law because it's unfair, and thinking, what is our oath, right? Because if you refer this back, this is not like a usual article that you refer back and then you can think about it and come back. No, if you refer this back, you are voting to violate the law because we are required to, by the end of the year, pass zoning and have our plan approved. If you vote to refer this back, you are saying, I'm not going to follow the law. I'm going to violate my oath. That's what you're saying. There's a lot of attorneys in this room, about half of you, right, myself included. And we all took an oath as town meeting members, but we also took oaths as attorneys to uphold the laws of the Commonwealth. You might not like this law. You might not like the state officials who passed this law. You might not like the people sitting here at the tables who came up with these guidelines, right? You might not like me for saying this. You can vote us all out. That's the remedy. That's the remedy. And look, I'm right on Elliott Street. I'm going to turn my house into as many units as I possibly can because of money. Sorry. And I look out the window and I see my yard and know it's going to be gone, and that makes me sad.
You got about a minute, sir.
It makes me sad and it makes me mad. But an oath, the definition of an oath, is a solemn promise made before a divine entity. Swear to God, swear on a stack of Bibles, swear on your children. So if you are voting to refer this back, ask yourself, what is your oath worth?
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. My name is Kathy Smith. I'm in Precinct 3. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I'm speaking on behalf of Sustainable Milton to express support for the Select Board's town meeting articles that would achieve compliance with the rezoning requirements of the MBTA Communities Act. Sustainable Milton's mission is to help our community and its leaders reduce waste and create a healthy, vibrant future for all. As part of this mission, we're contributing to the development of Milton's Climate Action Plan. As of 2022, 98% of Milton's greenhouse gas emissions come from buildings and transportation, and the zoning changes in this law should help reduce the carbon footprint of both. While the MBTA law is designed to address the Massachusetts housing supply crisis and not specifically to advance sustainability goals, we think it is absolutely consistent with them. Creating a more walkable community and conserving green space by building in higher density areas are some of the environmental benefits. We expect that failure to comply with this law would be a major setback from a sustainability perspective. If Milton does not comply with the MBTA Communities Act requirements, it will, at a minimum, lose access to multiple grant programs that have brought millions of dollars of funding for sustainable infrastructure projects in the past and that are expected to be a major source of funding for critical climate change mitigation efforts going forward. These include the Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness, MVP, grants, the Brownfields Redevelopment Fund, EEAA's Land Use Planning Grants, Local Acquisitions for Natural Diversity, LAND grants, and MassWorks grants. We have heard the call for increased energy efficiency requirements in the MBTA zoning articles. We have the opportunity as a town to adopt the specialized opt-in code developed to align with Massachusetts' 2050 net zero carbon emissions roadmap. This approach to improving the energy efficiency of our buildings would apply to all buildings in the community equally and not risk non-compliance with the MBTA law. We believe that we have a shared responsibility to care for our environment and one another. To take advantage of this opportunity is to shape the future of our unique town and make it more attractive for businesses, more affordable to a wider range of residents, and promote a more sustainable living future. Thank you.
So just a time check, folks. I count about, I think, 15 people at 5 minutes apiece, 75 minutes. That takes us to 11:15 tonight, just on the motion to refer. Now, you all have a right to speak, but you might think about, are you going to add something net new on the motion to refer tonight that's really going to sway minds? If you think so, okay. If you're really going to get into the meat of the article, I might suggest that if the motion to refer succeeds, then we'll do that in May. If the motion to refer fails, you're going to get another shot next Monday, because this is going to roll over, I'm pretty certain, tonight. So, you're all sitting in your seats. If you want to get up and say, yeah, I think I don't need to talk on the motion to refer, I think that people would appreciate the time. But if you want to speak, then go ahead. I think I was on that side, so I think, sir, you're next. Mr. Kelleher, I think you had some slides, right? You do.
All right. That's good. Yep. All right. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Steve Kelleher, Precinct 8. I'm going to try to summarize my comments in the interest of trying to move this forward. I do have a few things I want to point out that weren't discussed tonight. One of the interesting things, and one of my main points regarding the opposition, is even the word harmonious that's used in section A2 under the purpose. And the wording that's in there says, ensure that the new multifamily creation is harmonious with the existing community. And the reason I'm pointing this out is that this zoning is far from harmonious. One of my main concerns, which hasn't been brought up that much tonight, is the design standards. there should be much more in-depth design standards if we're going to put this language in there and commit to harmonious. Could you move to slide 2? Milton is not rapid transit, and I'm not going to get into detail tonight because I think we've discussed this at great length. I do want to thank the Warrant Committee for their letters, but I do want to say again that I think there is more work that needs to be done. And I would like to see the Planning Board and the Board of Selectmen continue to pursue reclassification. One of the other points that I do want to discuss is regarding the carbon footprint. We've discussed this tonight, but I also have pictures. I know everyone is aware of the traffic congestion, but again, I just want to point out the backed up traffic at 7:45 a.m. along Granite Ave. This is where the zoning we're proposing to put 530 units at the Heritage Hall and State DPW site, and another 171 units at 2 Granite Ave. And again, there aren't strong proposed design guidelines around. One of the things that concerns me the most is we're not even trying to put standards around electrification of the units. I mean, we're so concerned about the carbon and using the T, but there's nothing in the zoning regarding electrification of the units. Could you move to the next slide? This slide has the town of Arlington. This is one thing I do want to discuss, because I think we are all in agreement, whether you're a proponent, whether you're an opponent, or whether you're the consultants from UTIL. There's been, even the AIM materials that came out said, make Milton shine, vote with Arlington, support them. And the reality is that if you look into it, Arlington, along with the 4 other towns, Melrose, Wellesley, Weston, Winthrop, were changed from the 2021 designation. I know we've talked about this, but this is huge. And I do want to repeat that again, because I just feel like we should be advocating for this. And I understand that people have said no, but I feel that we should be leading this. We should be advocating. So again, I want to point out in the screen in yellow the 5,115. Again, that's for subway or light rail, compared to the highlighted in green, which is the 2,046 units as an adjacent community. Could you move to slide 4?
You got about 2 minutes, sir.
Okay. The other thing I'm extremely concerned about, I know we've talked about it tonight, but the tear downs. This one, I do want to point this out because this is a tear down happening in my own neighborhood, or happening in my own neighborhood, Cunningham Park. This is an example of a ranch-style house that was torn down and replaced with a huge McMansion. And my concern is that we're going to have about 2,000 again, over 2,500, let's say, expensive housing units that are going to be going up. The other concern is regarding the infrastructure. We're going to have, we haven't had a traffic study, concerned about the RKG modeling. I know we've talked about this, but I just feel like the whole model is flawed, and that's a huge concern. Could you move to the next slide?
And a minute left, sir.
Okay, so I will summarize again. I think Milton, we have been a leader in American history, and I'd like to see us leading with this. And again, I'll just summarize my points. I would like to see districts of reasonable size, consistent with the law. I'd like to see, my biggest concern again is with the design guidelines. I'd like to see us looking at a model, looking at the fixed and variable costs. I really don't feel like we've actually looked at a good model. I just can't believe we think that this whole proposal is generating revenue. That seems so unrealistic to me. So in closing, again, I want to urge members to vote in support of the Warrant Committee's recommendation. Thank you.
Yes, is it 3 of you on the left then? Whichever one of you is first, I'll trust your judgment.
I submitted some slides, please. Tugayas. My name is Cheryl Tugayas. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 9. I'm an architect with over 30 years of experience. I've been involved in planning and zoning initiatives in Milton for over a decade, and I've been a member of the planning board for over 8 years. Zoning regulations play a crucial role in shaping our community. They set the rules for what can be built and where. Importantly, they are not cast in stone. We can preserve our past while also planning for our future. This zoning before you is crafted to allow new housing and mixed-use development that is respectful of the scale and historic design patterns of our neighborhoods. You can see the Elliott Street neighborhood on the slide above. Much care and analysis has been put into this zoning, and I would like to demonstrate and show you a bit about how it works. There are two fundamental components in zoning: where uses can go, the districts, and the size and shape of buildings and open spaces that can go there, the dimensional, development, and design standards. Let's take a closer look at how these work. Next slide, please. This will give you a sense of the character of our Blue Hills Parkway subdistrict. The next slide, please. I prepared this for 10 minutes, so I'm going to try and rush it into 5. I'll do my best. This table shows the existing RC zoning, which is what is in place in the Elliott Street corridor and the Blue Hills Parkway corridor. The two columns on the right show the proposed zoning under this overlay. Tim mentioned it matches up with the existing zoning, but he didn't mention that there are more protections put into this zoning than are in the current zoning. We have added an open space requirement that doesn't exist in the current zoning. We have also set dimensional standards like FAR, which control building size. Right now, our zoning code building size is only dictated by building setbacks and height. While currently 1 unit is allowed in these districts, 3 would be allowed in this zoning. I'm going to show you some slides about how those additional units could be added without destroying the character of these neighborhoods. Many parcels in our residency districts are less than 7,500 square feet, but that is the minimum lot size set for these districts. Those smaller parcels are not eligible for this zoning. Next, please. These dimensional standards, along with the design standards, are set to encourage additional units by conversion of existing homes with renovations and additions rather than tear downs and new construction. In this example, there would be a conversion for horizontally stacked units with a conversion of the attic to a unit by the addition of a stair and a dormer. Next, please. In this example, where the lot is deeper and larger than 7,500 square feet, units are added through an addition at the rear. The design standards require all additions to be at the side and the rear. Next, please.
About 2 minutes, ma'am.
In this image provided by the Planning Department's technical assistance provider, new construction is shown to be in context with the hypothetical typical street in the district. Next, please. Shifting to the Milton Central Station subdistricts along Elliott Street. This half-mile stretch of Elliott Street's underlying zoning is business with residential and mixed-use overlay districts on top of it. Most of the multifamily units in this district were built under those overlays. The proposed zoning takes advantage of those overlay districts and the multifamily that exists while allowing additional infill. Next, please. This shows you the height that exists in this district at 4 stories. That is the height proposed in the districts under your Article 1 tonight. Next, please.
About a minute left.
The Milton Central at East and Mattapan currently have 88 Wharf and Unquity House, 6-story buildings, and that's what's allowed in the proposed zoning. Next, please. A detailed chart we don't have time to go into, but I looked at and I compared the 131 Elliott with the proposed Milton Station West and Granite Ave South. These dimensional standards are comparable. I also looked at the 88 Wharf and the Milton Station East, Mattapan Station, and Granite Ave North. They are all compatible. Folks, what we're talking about is allowing the kinds of buildings we already have in Milton. We're just going to allow them in a few more locations, and they're comparable to what is around them. Let's not forget that. Next slide, please. Turning to Granite Ave. This is a 4-lane state roadway with an 80-foot right-of-way. There's traffic congestion at times, there's no doubt. There's high speeds at other times, there's no question about that. Safety concerns are real, and pedestrian and bicycle options are poor. But improvements can be made to this roadway to make it safer and to make it friendlier for pedestrians and bicyclists.
If you could try to wrap up, ma'am.
Next slide, please. I'm getting there. Thank you. for allowing me just an extra minute, please. This shows a study for Route 128 or Reedsdale Road, which shows the types of improvements that can be made in a 72-foot right-of-way. We have 80 feet on Granite Ave. We can add sidewalks with buffers to vehicle lanes. We can add bike lanes, vehicle turn lanes, planted median, street trees, and pedestrian scale lighting. These can all be done at Granite Ave. There's room for it. This would be a much better neighborhood street with these improvements. Next, please. There are 5 pages in Article 1 dedicated to development and design standards, folks, contrary to what you have heard. For the larger parcels, there are requirements for neighborhood design with internal streets and multiple buildings of varied scale. No large boxy buildings. 40% of the land is required to be open space, including recreational space and a playground. Projects on larger parcels are required to submit traffic studies, shadow studies, lighting studies, landscape plans, environmental reports, and more. These will all be reviewed at the planning board.
Ma'am, if you could wrap up, please.
Okay. Envision a neighborhood of new residents with access to green space, to neighborhood scale retail, and with safe connections to amenities in other neighborhoods. Perhaps the Legion would consider veterans housing if given the opportunity. Next image, please. This could be what Granite Ave could look like. Next slide, please. Granite Ave North, I'll pass over this for next, East Milton Square. East Milton Square is our largest business district. It's a place where people want to live. It's also been subject to long and challenging project approval processes, including the residents in East Milton Square.
Mr. Gaius?
Okay.
Please, it's 7 minutes.
So just flip to the last 2 slides.
Mr. Gaius, please.
I'm going to tell you that this is well-crafted zoning, tailored to Milton, compliant with state requirements that addresses critical housing needs, and you should vote no for referral and yes on the article. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. By the way, all these slides are posted on the town meeting page and the town website. So all the presentations that have been submitted are all there available for your review, because in case we carry on. Ma'am, in front, I think you're recognizing yes, I think you're recognizing Ms. Agostino. Lagan, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Katie Lagan. I'm a longtime resident of Milton. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? Good evening. My name is Katie Lagan. I'm a longtime resident of Milton and a mother of 2 children that have been and are enrolled in the Milton Public Schools. I've been closely following the Planning Board and Select Board discussions of the MBTA Communities Act. I think most of us in this room would agree that we have a housing problem in this state, both from a supply and an affordability perspective, and that Milton should do its part to be part of the solution. While the spirit of the MBTA Communities Act could be applauded, as it's currently written, it's a blunt instrument being applied to all communities in the same way. And this is why it has been such a difficult path for our unique town. The current plan suggested by the Select Board is not a good plan for the town of Milton. Why? Under the current plan, affordable requirement is only 10%. Through a feasibility study that will take some additional time, we could increase the number of affordable units allowed under our plan to 15 or even 17%. This would be advantageous for 2 reasons. First, it would allow more affordable housing in Milton, and second, it would help Milton get out from under the 40B mess that we now find our town in. Under the proposed Select Board plan, we would be constantly chasing after the affordability ratio that would exempt us from 40B developments. The spirit of the MBTA Communities Act is to encourage development in areas of town that are accessible to the T. Granite Ave South is not accessible to the T, yet it is the subdivision with the most new net units being zoned. And I might add that per RKG, the company that designed the compliance model for the state, it is the most likely to be developed. I've heard people in town say, how will the town look if we don't have a plan set for the upcoming deadline? I ask you, how do we look now within our own community with a plan that has divided the town, one that is creating animosity among our boards and among our residents? How do we look adding zoning for 700 units near a neighborhood with no access to rapid transit and houses with averaged assessed values less than half of that than the neighborhood that is actually within a half mile of the trolley and is not included under the current zoning proposal? Prioritizing the aesthetics and fabric of one community over another in our town, it doesn't feel right, and I would say it's not a good look. The Select Board plan in its current form has a potential to have the most long-lasting divisive impact since Route 93 actually split the town in two. I'm confident that we can come up with a better plan. We should give the town-wide elected planning board a chance to do so. We have 5 volunteer planning board members who have already put in a lot of hours on this issue. It's a big project. All the members of the planning board are learning as they go, and it takes time. I urge you to vote to send the Select Board article back for further review. And I want to mention that I'm not in a butter of the Granite Ave area. I just think it's just wrong. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Karen Friedman Hanna, Precinct 2. I am in a butter. I am a direct house in one of the areas, the Elliott Street corridor. And I hosted a meeting, actually, of any of my immediate neighbors in the streets all around me that wanted to come and chat about this and see how they felt about it. And I had a standing room only house, and people were a little bit concerned at first. Several of them were raising quite a few questions and concerns about it. We went through what the plans were. We talked about it for more than 3 hours, and I got almost everyone in the room afterwards to say that they were in favor of it once they heard what this really meant. We are directly there. We are right along the trolley stop, right in between the Mattapan line, the Mattapan trolley and Capon Street. Also, I did my own little assessment of rapid transit. I had to go into town for a convention, for a conference for several days a couple of weeks ago, and so I decided to do a test. Go by the trolley, go by car. I did both. On Thursday, I went by the trolley. On Friday, I went by the car. Door to door, from me walking to the trolley, taking it to Ashmont, taking Ashmont into Boston, changing for the Silver Line into the convention center, 37 minutes door to door. When I took my car, 55 minutes. When I drove, I had to pay $40 in parking. When I took the trolley, about $5 round trip. I think that was a pretty good deal to have the transit in our town, and it worked. I was very pleasantly surprised because I don't work in Boston. I didn't have to do that very often. I was the test just recently. So maybe it's not as rapid as people would like. It was pretty darn rapid in comparison to the cars. I just strongly feel, and I am a YIMBY, as one gentleman suggested, yes, in my backyard. I think that this will have positive benefit. I think that if we work together to make sure that we do the best plans once it goes through and we tweak it as we need to, we have a very qualified planning board. We have very qualified town officials who have given hours and hours and hours, hundreds of hours towards this. I have faith in them, actually. And I think that this is a positive thing. I vote strongly against the Warrant Committee's recommendation. Usually in the past, I have strongly admired the recommendations. This time, not so much. I strongly recommend that we do not send this back, that we vote in favor of this, and it will affect my particular neighborhood, so I feel like I have a say in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Whichever one you use first in the second row here, please.
I think I'm going to have Doug Hines' problem, a little tall. My wife's a foot shorter. I should have sent her as a proxy. So my name is Terry McNeil, Precinct 2 town meeting member. Like Karen, who just spoke, I live in the Columbines. I don't live in a neighborhood that's affected. My house specifically is not affected. I am one of the 3%, I've learned tonight, of people in Milton who take the trolley regularly, every week, to work. And I have seen days that Karen mentioned, and I've seen days that aren't, but it's definitely on the upswing lately, so I'm grateful for that. I've also seen, living in Milton for almost 20 years, I know people talk about folks who grew up here. I did not grow up here. I moved here, and my parents moved here later, so we're sort of the reverse of the dynamic you heard about. But in the 20 years I lived here, I've lived in the Columbines, or Precinct 2, I know it's a dicey description to say Columbines, for about 5 years. I'm fortunate enough to be able to walk to the trolley. I'm in a very small number of people who can do that. But the first 15 years, I didn't have that luxury, and it is a luxury to be able to do that, and that's why this neighborhood is particularly expensive, which isn't really addressed that well by this plan. But before that, I lived on Coolidge Road, which is Precinct 3, over by the hospital. My wife and I have 4 kids. I used to be one of the young parents here. Now I'm one of the old parents here. But in those days, we would get our kids to the center school or maybe to Glover, and then I'd sprint over to Butler Street because, as somebody else mentioned, you can't park in Milton to take the trolley. So in my case, I'd go to Butler Street, and I'd park in the lot and hop on the trolley and then wait at Ashmont and get downtown. Then I worked over in the Back Bay, and when I worked there, some Milton folks told me, hey, come to the Hyde Park stop. These haven't been mentioned at all, which is bizarre because they're increasingly popular, but the Fairmont line didn't exist when I worked there. That's brand new, and it costs the same as the trolley. They're not brand new, maybe 5 years. Actually, with the trolley being shut down, the Fairmont line has gone up. A Milton resident, Shirley Lung, wrote a great article about how it was the Fairmont line's time to shine when the trolley was shut down. And membership has gone up, and I can tell you as a rider, trolley ridership has gone down. But I'm glad we have the trolley and hope we continue to. I just want to highlight there are lots of commutes here, and I think the plan has been incredibly well developed by folks working their butts off, volunteers, and even the town workers are not supposed to work as hard and as many hours as they're working on this. But I do think it's missing a key component, which is there are different commutes here. There's the trolley. People in East Milton aren't on a transit line. We're going to talk about that. We have heard about that. But people in East Milton or other parts of town might drive to the Red Line in Quincy. Lots of Milton people get on there. And then a ton of people drive to the commuter rail stops at Fairmont, at Hyde Park, at Reedville. So yes, we have the trolley in town, but we also have transit in adjacent communities that a healthy amount of Milton residents who do commute every day use. And that's why I do support some of the arguments you've heard tonight about why we aren't really rapid transit, but everyone else has done more work. I'm not going to try to get into that. I just think that we aren't necessarily rapid transit, and so I put that aside for a minute. I think that's worthy of continued conversation with the state, and I applaud the Select Board for what they've done to date, certainly. I also think that the plan itself doesn't quite contemplate that different people all over town commute in different ways. And I live in, I guess, Central Milton, if that's a thing. I live in Precinct 2, where we have the trolley. East Milton has a ton of units being created here. West Milton doesn't have any being created outside of the Parkway, right on that ledge. Nothing over by the Hyde Park stops is even included. So I do think the plan isn't quite as comprehensive, and I guess I go back to what Katie was saying, which is, to me, I could easily sit on my hands. I live in a house that's unaffected, in a neighborhood with remarkable transit access, but it seems wrong to be, dumping's not the right word, but placing upon East Milton a burden of creating housing that they can't meet and that exceeds any other neighborhood. And it's also the most likely to be developed, as others have mentioned, some of the Granite Ave sites. And so there does seem to be a fundamental unfairness. Do I think it was created by the town officials? No, no at all not. They are trying to solve for a problem created by the state.
You got about a minute, sir.
Which is why I do think that it's worth referring this back, and I'll get to that in a minute, but referring this back to the committee, working on 2 parallel paths, continuing to lobby the state, working on a town plan that's more comprehensive, and coming back here in May, and I understand frustration with different town boards and what they may or may not have done. They would be held accountable in the May meeting to have a plan. If they don't, we won't have this argument. And I understand, and Doug and I are sort of similar in a lot of ways. Doug, who spoke earlier and talked about his oath, we were aligned and struggling with this right until the end. He fell one way, I fell the other. I am comfortable as a town meeting member, as a real estate attorney practicing for 20 years. I don't do housing in Milton, just to put that in there. But I feel comfortable referring this back to the Select Board to continue to look into this and bring it back to the spring meeting. I think a couple of things are worthy of consideration. One is that no one has mentioned this yet, but I know someone's going to because I've seen the supporters and the opponents list, and there's a ton of people who are going to speak. I'm not on either. I'm just sharing my thoughts. But there is the possibility that if this gets voted down, we get locked out of bringing the article back for 2 years. And so referring back to the select board right now keeps this live for the next meeting. That's my position.
If you could wrap up, please. Thank you.
And I think that would be worthwhile to allow us the time to continue to work on this, to revisit it in May, to not lock ourselves out for 2 years, and to come up with something that feels more equitable across the neighborhoods of Milton. And I say this as someone who likes to comply. I'm a lawyer. I went to parochial school. My wife is smarter than me, and she sets the rules, and I follow them. But sometimes a rule doesn't make sense and feels unfair, and that's unfortunately where I'm falling. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think the gentleman next to Mr. Fahey, were you next, sir? I think so.
Hi, Mike Kelly, Precinct 9, town meeting member, former member of the planning board. I had no intentions of speaking tonight, but something came up that kind of struck me. And the lawyer that spoke earlier, when he said that you sent letters to the state or whatever, to the Attorney General or whoever you sent it to qualify if we're rapid transit, that they responded, well, you have transit assets. Well, I work in, my education is civil engineering, but I work in construction management, and I work in contracts all the time. And when I ask for a clarification of a specific section of a contract, you can't come back with rewording of the contract and say, there's your answer. No, you got to work with the same wording. So when they came back and they said, it's rapid transit, but no, you qualify because you're transit access. As far as I understand, legally, you can't do that. You can't change it. You wrote the contract. A lawyer told me once very specifically, he said, if you have an argument with the contract because the wording is ambiguous, the judge will always rule against the gentleman who wrote the contract because he had the utmost opportunity to be as clear as possible in his wording. He had the opportunity to spell it out the way he meant it. And if he says it's rapid transit, and you ask him, are we rapid transit? He says, yes, you are. You're rapid assets. Well, no, that's no good. That don't work. So, I'd like to say I'm for referring it back to the planning board, but actually, I guess I'm for referring it back to the planning board, and in the meantime, revisiting the fact that we shouldn't be classified as rapid assets because the state legislature made a contract with the people in the form of a law, and they wrote it out and they spelled out what they meant, and they meant rapid transit. They didn't mean rapid assets. If they meant rapid assets, they would have said rapid assets. So I think you should refer it back to the planning board, and in the meantime, work on a new classification for Milton. And the second thing that just struck me as I'm sitting here, the trolley, again, somebody brought it up, it holds maybe, and I'm talking off the cuff, 78 people or something like that? Well, if you put up a 400 unit building or 700 units, how are you going to give those people access when you only have a trolley that holds 78 people? How does that work? That you're increasing this rideability, but you only have a 78 passenger trolley. You don't have rapid transit. But again, I'm at the initial point. I don't think you're rapid transit in the first place because you can't change the wording of a contract. You can't change the wording of a law that's written in paper to suit the response you'd like to give somebody. You have to use the wording that's in the contract. You have to use the wording that's in the law. If you don't, you're in violation, not the person that asked the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Row 2, ma'am.
On behalf of myself and many P7 neighbors who reached out to me in the last few weeks,
Ma'am, could you just introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is my first time speaking. Kim Conroy, Precinct 7.
Thank you.
On behalf of my many P7 neighbors who reached out in the last few weeks asking me to vote to send back to the proposed zoning bylaw to the Select Board for further review. I'm a 14-year resident of Milton, a 6-year town meeting member, I am a supporter of change in Milton and understand the need to move into the future with an open mind that change is coming and responsible change is necessary. I am a supporter of and voted in favor of the CPA. I voted in favor of the land swap and know that a new school, despite the costs, is essential as we move onward and upward and our community grows. With this, I understand the housing crisis, the current MBTA zoning requirement at hand, and the need for Milton to do our part. I'm not standing up here asking to sweep this under the rug. I'm actually quite the opposite. And I hope that you understand that a lot of people that are agreeing with me that we should send this back for further review don't believe so either. I think the current plan at hand does not take the needs of the entirety of Milton, nor does it embrace the very spirit of the MBTA Zoning Act is trying to accomplish. East Milton is already subject of so much new development, including 2 extremely large 40B projects, recent completion of the East Milton deck, loss of parking spaces for our important commercial district, and rerouting of traffic patterns that people are still trying to digest. To add 62% of the net housing resulting from the zoning, or expected net housing, resulting from the zoning plan into one part of town, even without understanding the impacts of the current projects at hand, is irresponsible. The MBTA Zoning Act was passed in 2021 with the point being to help the growing Massachusetts housing crisis and encourage development of walking distance to public transportation. The current plan doesn't embrace maximizing access to the different MBTA routes throughout Milton. In fact, I believe the current plan will do nothing but add to the number of cars on our roads and the gridlock surrounding Granite Ave, Adams Street, and the surrounding neighborhoods. This will not only impact anyone who lives in East Milton like myself, but also every person driving to and from the highway, dropping their kids off to spend time at friends or visit Starbucks, or running an errand anywhere in or beyond the square. I know we are up against a compliance deadline, but I think the risk of submitting our plan late is much less of a risk than approving the current plan and the long-term implications that it can have on our community and on our commerce. The responsible decision today is to send this back for further review, to relook at the subdistricts and better balance the layout of this plan, just like Terrence had said, not just plug and play, adding a potential 10-story building to hit a number. The RKJ impact analysis was just received late last week and shared, and changes to the plans that were reviewed last week in the select board meeting that I believe we'll hear more of next week pending results tonight. Milton deserves better, not a rush to be able just to meet a date. We deserve a better plan, a plan that will protect the look and feel of all of our neighborhoods, a plan that will guide change for responsible growth, a plan that would accomplish the goals of increased housing while maximizing proximity to the different MBTA options throughout our town to truly help dependency of car use and improve traffic, not add to it. We deserve a plan that will maximize our commercial tax base and affordable housing percent. Ultimately, a plan that would earn the fair-minded buy-in and approval from our elected planning board and our warrant committee, not just select members of our select board. I thank you very much for your time today.
I think Ms. Oldfield, were you next?
Hi, I'm Maggie Oldfield, and I'm a Precinct 5 town meeting member, and I'm a member of the Planning Board. I first want to thank my fellow Planning Board members for their dedication throughout this past year as we've worked on the MBTA zoning. We've had many long nights, getting pretty close to midnight on several of them, and even though we were tired and frustrated, we have remained respectful. I'm proud of the work that we have done. We have the professional and personal experiences that we individually bring to the table, and I value each of your perspectives. And when the 5 of us work together, we end up with great results. I would especially like to thank our Chair Meredith for allowing us and the residents to express our viewpoints in a welcoming environment. Residents do not very often attend public meetings, so when they show up, I appreciate Meredith giving them the time they deserve. She has led the meetings with grace and inclusivity. I would like to also thank the residents who have attended our meetings, and when presenting their viewpoints, they have been courteous, even when we have differing positions. Traditionally, the Select Board does not write zoning. In Milton, the process of zoning at a Select Board meeting is limited or basically non-existent. Their meetings are not set up for a back and forth discussion with residents. In fact, I have not been able to find any public meetings the Select Board held that included discussions with residents on MBTA zoning. Their article is written by the town planner. In fact, as recently as this past January, when the lighting bylaw discussion was introduced, town council stated that the starting point for zoning bylaws has to be with the planning board. The planning board wants to finish the job that we started. The 5 of us were elected to create zoning for the town of Milton. Please let us work through with the residents and their neighborhoods to create a zoning bylaw that is good for all of us. The planning board is purposely and uniquely designed to give the residents the opportunity to contribute to the zoning process. Residents are given more than 3 minutes at the beginning of a meeting during citizen speak. They are not shut off from the discussion. In fact, many times, residents have been given multiple bites at the apple at multiple meetings to add to the discussion. Zoning articles are always improved with residents' input. The art of planning takes time, and the planning process takes lots of thought to get it right. This MBTA zoning bylaw is the biggest change since 1938, and it should not be too surprising that the process has been painful. We need the time to work through the pain to get it right, and this select board article is not right. As the planning board was working through the process with our consultants, it was revealed that the process was flawed and many obstacles were encountered. When the planning board issued an RFP for a fiscal analysis, only one consultant replied. We did not have any options. At the initial meeting, the planning board learned that RKG was the consultant paid by the state to write the compliance model, which has been revealed to be flawed, even by the creator. For example, the model does not take into consideration assemblage of parcels. After they were under contract, they did not meet their stated timeline. In fact, RKG just presented their completed analysis to the planning board last Tuesday on November 28th.
And you have about a minute left.
During that presentation, it was revealed that RKG's starting key assumptions were inconsistent with the state's current existing housing units and the number of proposed units generated by the compliance model. The planning board request to hear from the department heads has never happened. Not one department head, including the town administrator, attended any of our meetings to discuss the implications the zoning change will have. At last week's meeting, a 10-story building, which is unprecedented in the town, was presented by our consultant. And it was the first time the planning board learned of this new proposal. Additionally, months ago when I requested a new district scenario, the town planner said there were limited funds remaining with the consultant, so I was never provided one.
Ma'am, if you could wrap up, please.
Yep, the
Thank you.
situation I just described is why I feel the information being provided to us is being filtered. To that end, I filed a public records request for all the emails from the planning department, and I received a response that the request generated about 11,000 emails, and if I wanted them, it would cost me $13,750. Imagine an elected volunteer being asked to pay $13,750 for information that is needed to get the job done. I take my oath seriously as an elected official.
If you could wrap up, please, ma'am.
And I just urge for you to send this back for more study. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
Good evening. I'm Peter Jackson. I live on Capon Street in the heart of the Elliott Street District, and I'm a former planning board member. My wife and I moved to Milton 33 years ago because of its location near the trolley. I commuted daily into downtown Boston for 21 years, and she commuted daily into Cambridge for over 30 years. The trolley is a lifeline for us, and I think it's one of the great assets of Milton. Certainly it needs some work. I want to speak in opposition to referring this back to, as the Warrant Committee suggested, and in support of Articles 1 and 2. Massachusetts and Milton desperately need more housing and a greater variety of housing choices. I have been engaged in the debate of this zoning almost from the beginning. I have attended and testified at the Planning Department forums, Planning Board meetings, Select Board meetings for almost a year, and have submitted written comments following each with suggestions and criticisms. I have walked the Capon Street area twice with Cheryl Tagayas of the Planning Board and invited other Planning Board members to do the same. Some of my suggestions have worked their way into the zoning, and others have not. I've engaged in the debates as to whether the law was legal, should be reclassified, or whether we should comply or not. I've struggled with the strict requirements of the state's guidelines, especially the necessity of a minimum density of 15 units per acre, which was probably the most restrictive part of trying to get an option that would work. I've reviewed dozens of options generated for how to comply while preserving the character of the town and my neighborhood. I have worked to develop design standards and a review process that allows the Planning Board to exert a high level of control over the proposed projects. I believe the proposed articles comply with the state guidelines while providing Milton with the tools to manage any issues that could come up, and it could always be amended if we found issues. I think that the basic development economics will limit the number of projects that are proposed in the Elliott Street area in the short term. Also, most of the larger projects are unlikely to be proposed for quite a long time due to land ownership and environmental constraints. Please join me in opposition to the Warrant Committee recommendation to refer back in support of both Articles 1 and 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fahey.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sean Fahey, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 9, also a member of the Planning Board. I'm going to modify what I wrote because I'll have to condense this into the 5 minutes. I'm an advocate for zoning change to create new housing. That I want everybody to understand. I believe we have a need for affordable housing. I think we all agree with that. I'm committed to changing Milton, but in a responsible way. Zoning changes are extremely delicate. They're extremely challenging. This article is superficial. I say that because it does not consider all of the ramifications to the town. The Select Board passed this article before and without any fiscal analysis. Zero. This is market rate housing. Right now, 2,586 units of market rate housing. It's been said here earlier tonight, it almost has no impact on affordable housing. If the development is not greater than 10 units, it won't be affordable. There'll be no affordable housing in the Elliott Street corridor. None. How's that feel? It's not responsive to the purpose of utilizing transit. We're putting 701 units on Granite Ave. How many vehicles is that on Granite Ave? 1,000? One of our speakers tonight showed us what traffic's like right now on Granite Ave. The Select Board has twice submitted letters requesting or positioning Milton for some form of request for reclassification. I applaud them for doing so. They just didn't go far enough. There are leaders in the town advocating for 25% zoning. I'm an advocate for our residents, in their interests, in their expectations, in their hopes, in their aspirations. The process, in my opinion, has been manipulated. How is it that something this significant is requiring only a 50% vote? Is that fundamentally sound and good governance? Or is it a strategic approach? Vehicles and traffic, we've talked about that earlier. The town is terrible right now with respect to traffic. You all know it. You drive through the town too. Granite Ave, 701 units, as I said moments ago. Tim's comments earlier indicate that elimination of vehicles and amenities local to the residences are a priority. How does Granite Ave align with that?
You have about 2 minutes, Mr. Fahey.
What does fiscal responsibility mean to you? In our town, form of government, this body is responsible for the fiscal governance of Milton. This body approves the budgets. The town departments only spend the money that we approve for them to do so. RKG's fiscal analysis was provided to us only 1 week ago. It reflects that Milton will profit from development. I just can't buy that. RKG does not include any cost for new school construction, yet the report indicates an additional school-aged children group of 265. We are on a track to spend $100 million for a new school to solve the current needs. We have 510 apartments coming as a result of the 40B projects. Our new school does not consider the additional school-aged children of this article. They say 265. Ask yourself, 2,586 new units is going to generate only 265 kids? Does that feel right?
About a minute left, sir.
So my math says the 40B projects will generate, because nobody's giving me any math, the 40B projects generate 127, Article 1's 265. The empty nesters, one of our speakers spoke of earlier, my calculation is that could generate 387. I see 779 new students. Are we prepared to spend another $100 million for a second new school after what was done to establish land for the school that's being proposed? So what should fiscal analysis look like? All town departments that have a budget should be responsible to consider and concur. The police department, no response. The fire department, no response. The school department, no response, other than Peter's response tonight, which was it was negligible.
If you could try to wrap up, sir.
The DPW, no response. Town government, what's going to happen to town government? No town should proceed with any change unless the town officials themselves have reached a conclusion. We're going to trust RKG? They're not a stakeholder. We are responsible for this and the outcome.
Thank you. Mr. Fahey, if you could wrap, please. Thank you.
If this doesn't meet the forecast, the only persons who will incur the costs are the Milton taxpayers. The taxpayers deserve for this to be thoroughly vetted and calculated.
Thank you. Mr. Fahey, if you could wrap. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Nora Harrington, town meeting member from Precinct 2, and I rise to support Article 1 and to encourage a no vote on referring it back. I want to thank the Select Board for sponsoring this proposal, to Tim C. for his months and months of work on this, and to the Planning Board, because although most of you don't support the current proposal, I know you've devoted many, many Planning Board meetings to this topic over the last year. We've heard a lot of conjecture tonight about the law and whether or not it's legal and whether we should be fighting it. And we've heard concerns about the trolley and the number of units. But at the end of the day, this is the law that we have to vote to whether to comply with or not. Our choice is to defy the law and suffer, most likely, financial penalties and legal costs. Who knows what happens next? The other option is to vote to deny the vote to refer back, to approve Article 1, to accept this proposal, and if the Planning Board wants to come back to us in May or September and bring us, revamped zoning, they're more than welcome to. That is not a problem at all. We do not have to be out of compliance. We can choose to comply with the law and to also tweak the zoning if we wish to. And frankly, after the last speaker's statements, where he implied that he didn't agree with the 25% number, I'm concerned that even getting a compliant proposal back from the planning board in May, it would be questionable. So we could be out of compliance for much longer than May, which would then prompt the AG's office to start imposing, penalties on us and to bring us to court to comply. And the last thing we want is for the state of Massachusetts to tell us what our zoning will be. We do not need that. This is a town decision. I'm going to quickly tell you why I support this proposal. Nothing is perfect, but I think this is a good proposal, and it was a complex process to get here. There were 28 planning board meetings devoted to this topic this past year, laborious work of Tim and the consultants, and the testing of 30 scenarios. Are there really that many more rocks and parcels to uncover here that the planning board is going to be able to come up with an entirely new proposal by this coming May? The zoning process wasn't easy. We need, under the law, and again, it's complex because we're dealing with very specific parameters of this state law. We need to zone for 15 units per acre on average. So that either means that many of our neighborhoods in town have 15 units per acre, and if you support that, that's great. But if you don't support that, the other option was to try to maintain the character of our neighborhoods, not as many units per acre in more of the single-family residences, but it does mean we need more density somewhere.
About 2 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. And we don't have a lot of places to put density. I live in the Elliott Street corridor. I'm very comfortable what's going on there, and I think the Blue Hills Avenue Parkway, similar situation. We're talking about the max 2.5 stories, 35 feet, 3 units. That, 2.5 stories and 35 feet are what all of our single-family houses are now, right? And, we have 2 families on Elliott Street. We have 2 families on Blue Hills Parkway. It is not going to change the look of the neighborhood whatsoever. Likewise, in East Milton Square, overlay zoning is already in process. That is already in work. By including that in this proposal, we're simply getting credit for work that is already happening. And likewise, in the Milton Station parcels, the same thing. We already have giant multifamilies there. We're getting credit for those. And so I give you Granite Ave South, I know is the one questionable thing. But let's remember, this is zoning, not building. And this zoning still means that there has to be traffic studies. Apparently, we have a wetlands overlay zoning or something like that. There has to be sort of wetland studies. There is a lot of, if we use this zoning, then when a developer wants to develop something, there's a whole lot more work that has to happen. Unlike the 40B process, where we see in East Milton Square, we have Falcone putting up a 6-story building because there was no good zoning there, right? So, do you really want to leave the Granite Ave South parcel without any decent zoning and the prospect of it getting sold to a developer who uses the 40B process to put up whatever they want?
If you could wrap up, ma'am, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The zoning is good. Cheryl, was barely able to get her through her proposal. It's so detailed. There is more open space in this proposal than even in our current zoning. Our current zoning doesn't have a standard called floor area ratio, which only allows a building to be so big on its site. That's why we're getting all these McMansions on small yards, because our current zoning is worse than this proposal.
If you could wrap up, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I thank you. I really hope that you will join me in supporting Article 1.
At this point, you're representing Ms. Agostino's place in line, I believe, right? Thank you. Ms. Agostino is wheelchair bound, so we've got a proxy down here. Ms. Agostino, if you could turn on your mic and you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Diane, and I don't have a voice. Diane DiTullio Agostino, Precinct 9. It's the law. Oh, could they also play my slides, Mr. Moderator? And if they would just run the pictures of the trolleys.
The trolley pictures.
Right, the trolley pictures. So I'll wait for that to get started. Forgot about them. Thank you very much, and if you can just keep them running. It's the law. It's not a suggestion. It's not a proposal. It's not currently challenged in any court. It doesn't apply to only 12 communities. In fact, it applies to every community in the United States of America. Each and every official who took the oath of office took an oath to uphold federal, state, and local laws. You all took an oath to uphold the American with Disabilities Act of 1990, signed into law by Milton's own born at home President George W. Bush himself. I heard someone state that we have a divided planning board. No, we don't. The vote to refer back was 4-1. What we do have is a divided select board upon which article we're reading and voting. That vote was 3-2. When the town of Milton accepted the planning board state law, it actually states that the select board was to then relinquish the planning to the select board. Does that mean that the select board can't submit this article? No, they can submit it. But if you read the actual law, you will see that the planning board, it is their job to meet with the residents, to debate with the residents, to review with the residents, and they've done a lot of that, and to get the hard facts. We do not have a warrant committee that's overwhelmed with the facts so that they could say, oh, yes or no. Their vote was 9-5. The facts needed to be created for the new zone. The facts needed to create the new zone district required by the law. We appear here tonight by the applause to be a divided town meeting. So I request when the vote is taken that the moderator have patience to allow me to stand for both a standing vote and a roll call vote. I'm just giving you a heads up. That said, disabilities do not discriminate. Residents, employees, visitors, the prospective residents in these multifamily housing units are denied the benefit of getting to each and every trolley station. There are few to no accessible sidewalks in these areas, or staircases, as you just saw the Valley Road staircase, which even a partially able person could not manage to access.
You have about 2 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. They are not ADA compliant, and the existing structures are over 10 years old, and they're falling apart. The Attorney General has taken the oath to abide by the law, including the American with Disabilities Act. It will be difficult to impossible for the Attorney General to deny this benefit to the disabled. It's a benefit.
Can you keep the mic closer?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
It's a benefit that the disabled have every right to be able to live within half a mile of a trolley that they can walk to, a trolley that they can get on. Remember, the law only has 11 communities with this deadline. This law will have some 170 other communities with a deadline of 12/31/2024. There will be many more court challenges. There will most likely be more guidelines changes. There is no regulations. There is nothing but this, 65-word law.
You have about a minute left, ma'am.
This mass law will be challenged through the U.S. Justice Department Civil Rights Division, as there are no rights afforded any individual, whether they're a Milton resident or a resident of the other 170 communities. And if you do see the United States Department of Transportation, Federal Transportation Administration in 2016 informed all transportation across the country that the American with Disabilities Act must be enforced. And yet, Milton, through town council, filed a lawsuit over the staircase at the Adams Street station. Why do I raise that point? Because we're listening and we're being told by the select board, one of the members of the select board, and by town council, it's the law. If I hadn't fallen and gotten injured June 8th, I might not be stating this. And I'm sure the American with Disabilities Act rights of the disabled in this situation is not going to be headline news tomorrow.
Ma'am, if
But
you could wrap
my
up.
last
Thank
sentence.
you.
By referring this back I have complete faith that having brought this concern to the planning board, they will work for the rights of everyone, whether they're disabled or not able.
Thank you. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Pardon me? We actually don't have that provision. We're already operating under it now, but valiant effort. I see, I think, five speakers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes? And Mr. O'Rourke. So these folks have been waiting for a bit, so whichever one of you was next. Yes, sir.
Good evening. I'm John Cook, 15 Cortlandt Circle. I'm not a town meeting member. I'm just a concerned citizen. There seems to be a disconnect between the compliance part of this and the reasonable and fairness to the residents. 1,130 net new units are being proposed for East Milton. 930 of those are out of the 0.5-mile transit access area. There are no amenities on Granite Ave, none. Everyone will have cars. That throws out a green initiative. I don't know where that's coming from. People are claiming this won't be a full build-out, so we're overreacting. They don't know that. This could be 2,000 people all in, most with cars. I don't know anybody that doesn't have a car, so you'd be adding hundreds of cars to an already congested area. Granite Ave is a very dangerous road. It was voted third in the state for the number of accidents. I don't know if anybody knew that. Nothing is going to change that traffic-wise. Nothing is going to change Granite Ave. It's a very dangerous road. It alternately is clogged, and when it's not clogged, it's a racing strip. I've seen many accidents down there. I live on Cortlandt Circle. It's not a solvable situation down there. Regardless of any amenities that they try to put in, it will not solve the traffic. They want to put a 5-apartment building complex across the street from my house. 5 apartment buildings across the street from my house. If those get fully built, would anybody consider that an out-of-character development? Couple of interesting points. I read a letter from the HLC to the town. It claims that Milton has 404 developable station area acres of land. So at the baseline 15 units per acre, that's potentially 6,060 units. 404 acres of developable station area land. East Milton makes up 4% of the acreage of this town. And yet you have 62% of the net new units being proposed for East Milton. Does that sound fair? Does that sound reasonable? Reasonable is in this law. I've read it. It says reasonable size. 5 apartment buildings.
You have about 2 minutes, sir.
So the question I want to ask everybody that supports this tonight, I want you to ask yourself one question. Would you want to live across the street from 5 apartment buildings? With all that entails, the number of people, it's 530 units directly across the street from me, another 170 down the street. What do we got? 700 net new for Granite Ave. The Elliott Street corridor, 70 net new. I want you to ask yourself a question if you support this. Would you want to live across the street from this? And if the answer is no, that should tell you something. It should tell you that this is not fair, this is not equitable, and this is not right. It needs to be sent back. Thanks.
Thank you. Wrap up down here. Who's next? Mr. Davis?
Hello to you all, and thank you, Mr. Moderator, for recognizing me. Jim Davis, 345 Center Street, and Planning Board member. We need more time to figure this out. It is imperative that we take the time needed to create proper transit areas with appropriate unit counts for Milton. This happens by studying the map of Milton as a whole and the maps of the individual transit areas. Good zoning is deliberate and should never be rushed. It is vital to keep in mind that this decision will have a prolific impact on the town. The Planning Board is making great progress studying the maps and identifying areas to zone for the 2461 units. Listening to the inputs of citizens, having robust discussion amongst ourselves, and going back and forth to see what would work best for Milton. Unfortunately, before we achieved that goal, there was a pivot to start looking at design guidelines and form-based zoning and actually writing the zoning before we finalized the areas and unit count. I believe that this new path was followed to get something done within an arbitrary deadline. Under a serious time crunch, we hit it hard. The one thing we would not allow is to succumb to outside pressure to meet a deadline that robbed us of our ability to stay on track and set the strong foundation to create this zoning. At the Planning Board, we are still poised and ready to roll up our sleeves and continue our process. We expect some key pieces of info to come in from the state and the MBTA that will help us greatly. With all of our homework and invested time, research, and public outreach, I believe that our article will only get better. But in the meantime, here tonight, we have an article before us that the Select Board put together. Ponder a few questions, if you will. Does it put the majority of these units near the T? Does it address the environmental concerns of so many by limiting the dependence on automobiles? Does it incentivize a developer, either big or small, to really embrace renewables? Does it maximize the potential for affordability? Does it do anything to help alleviate Milton's vulnerable 40B projects? Vulnerability to 40B projects. The solution is more time to get this right. With more time, we can address the questions I mentioned previously. Our outreach is actually working well, but we still need to hear from the majority of the citizens of Milton. This article could be so much more inclusive with a little more time. Yes, it is difficult, but if it were easy, the Planning Board would already have it done, and you'd have a great article to vote on right now. We'd be out of here. And don't forget that we have been studying this for 6 months. The old cliche that if I knew then what I know now is appropriate here. The Planning Board has educated themselves throughout this process and knows a lot more now. So we will move quicker on this. As a general contractor and a real estate investor for 25 years, I've got some knowledge of development. Thanks to my experience on the Planning Board, I have even more. Let's be like Brookline and take the time to reach a consensus. Send it back so we can reach a compromise. Send it back so we can incorporate all the new information that came in this last month, and send it back so we can finish our job. Thank you. Whatever happens, don't vote for 10 stories at 2 Granite.
Mr. Halloran? I'll freeze the speakers just to those we have down here, and then we'll have 2 town officials, and we'll wrap up and we'll vote. Thank you. Halloran, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. My name is Brian O'Halloran, and I'm a town meeting member of Precinct 3. Before I get into my presentation, and as an aside, I'm also a founding member of Milton Neighbors for Responsible Zoning. We're a group of residents tasked with the goal of reducing the effects of this legislation will have on our families, neighborhoods, homes, and the entire community of Milton. We have over 500 residents who have added their names to a list of citizens that urge town meeting to support the Warrant Committee's recommendation to send the Article 1 back for further study. These are citizens from across the town, and every precinct is represented on this list, including many town meeting members who are here tonight. Average citizens reached out to average citizens and shared thoughts and ideas and came to an agreement with the Warren Committee's recommendations. Now to presentation. I'll try and keep this quick. We've been doing some investigation of the genesis of the EOHLC classification, and as you can see from the slide, as recently as 2021 and 2022, EOHLC designated the 4 community categories listed here across 175 communities. Next slide, please. Here's page 1 of 4 that shows the capacity requirements for each affected community. For example, Arlington has a category of subway or light rail and the capacity of 5,115 multifamily units. Next slide. On page 2 of 4, we see the category assigned to Milton of subway and light rail at a capacity of 2,461 units. Next slide. More of the same. Next slide. On page 4, we see the category assigned to Winthrop of subway or light rail and a capacity of 2,205 multifamily units. Next slide. EOHLC has updated the data, and the most recent category names have changed. There are still only 4 categories, but they are named differently. You'll also notice that there are now 177 communities, up from 175, with the inclusion of New Bedford and Fall River. Next slide. We see new updated data from EOHLC, but a lot has changed. For example, Arlington is now categorized as an adjacent community with a multifamily capacity of 2,046. Next slide.
About 2 minutes, sir.
More of the same. Next slide. More of the same. On this page, next slide. On this page, we see Milton change from subway and light rail to rapid transit, and the same capacity of 2,461 units. Next slide, more of the same. Next slide, more of the same, blah, blah, blah. Next slide. Okay. On this page, we see that the category assigned, oh, sorry, we blew through Winthrop. That was 882 units. Finally, one more slide, please. Yes, great, thank you. The extent of the changes between the early DHCD categories, designations, and capacity assignments is significant. Next slide. Arlington downgraded from 5,115 units to 2,046. That's a 60% downgrade. Next slide. Melrose, 40% downgrade. Next slide. Wellesley, that's an error in my math. I'm sorry, it's only a 40% downgrade.
About a minute
Next
left,
slide.
sir.
Weston, 26% downgrade. Winthrop, 60% downgrade. Next slide. Other notable communities, Belmont, 25%. Dedham, 35%. Next. Hingham, 25%. Next. Lexington, 50%. Next. Milton, 0% downgrade. Next slide. So what happened to Milton? Well, the best opportunity for initiating change would have been down in March of 2022 during the community feedback deadline, but the ball was dropped by Milton when we could have easily been downgraded along with 80 other communities who benefited. It's not too late. We can still ask. It's our responsibility and it's our opportunity, but we need more time. We also need to make sure that we are appropriately designated and fairly and correctly. And once again, this is yet more evidence that we fit the profile for an adjacent community.
If you could wrap up, sir.
Yep.
Thank
The town meeting needs to refer this back to the select board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Swenson? Ms. Swenson, you're recognized.
Can you hear me okay? I was at the Garden Club's green sale on Saturday, and a few people walked up to me. I'm sorry, Denny Swenson, town
Yes.
meeting member,
Thank you.
Precinct 5.
Thank you.
At the green sale, a few people walked up to me and said, when they look at Tim's map available on the town's website, they don't understand if their street or their neighborhood is in the zoning or is it not in the zoning. It's the Saturday before our Monday town meeting vote on this, and these civic-minded, well-informed residents have no idea what this article means for them, for their neighbors, and for the town. That is an indicator to me that this article is being rushed. No build-out analysis until last week. A build-out analysis should have been available to the public 2 weeks before the public hearing. How can the public respond to it if they have not seen it? A financial analysis appeared at a recent meeting that does not make any sense. The authors of the analysis could not answer the most basic questions on it. To suggest that adding 1,600 net new units to our town doesn't cost anything and that the town will actually make money on this development is simply misleading. The citizens and officials repeatedly asked for the financial breakdown of the costs. They repeatedly asked for the source of their numbers in this analysis. A financial analysis of their plan with a breakdown of costs with their sources should have been available to the public 2 weeks prior to the public hearing. We still do not have that information. How can the public respond to it if they have not seen it? How can we vote on this without that information? You can have all the meetings in the world on theory and concepts and good principles, but the practical understanding of how this will impact us, how much will this cost us, how can we plan to pay for this, is what we all need to make an informed decision here. The public feels left out. Milton Neighbors for Responsible Development in 3 short weeks learned from 500 average citizens that they support the Warrant Committee's recommendation to send this article back for further study. I was working with them, and I've been getting emails for hours. I think we're up to 600 or so at this point. The emails are just popping. 62% of the net new units are slated to go into East Milton. East Milton has no capacity for that level of traffic, parking, sewerage, infrastructure changes. They have no room for the new police, new firefighters, and new much taller ladders for the fire trucks. They don't have the room for new parks or places for the new children to play. The developers would just have a right to build, but where is the plan for the rest of all of these impacts? This zoning is only 10% affordable. The rest is market rate. Our seniors and our children will not be able to afford 90% of these.
About 2 minutes, ma'am.
Or in any development under 10 units. Good zoning is supposed to be careful, steady, thoughtful, caring. Good zoning is not reactive. Good zoning is not punitive. For me, this is not about a comma or a phrase in this article that can be tweaked later. This is a complex article and a complex topic. This article can be so much better working through a process and building consensus across our wards. I urge my fellow town meeting members to support the Warrant Committee and the Planning Board in their recommendation to send this back for further study. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Rourke.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sean O'Rourke, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 8, Chair of the School Building Committee. Just wanted to shed some light on the numbers that were discussed earlier in regards to the students. The RKG analysis that was done showed a yield of 265 students. The one thing it failed to address is a timeline for this adoption. Not all 265 students are going to show up at once. So when we look at this, we're talking about zoning right now that's over 100 years from our previous zoning. But if we look at the adoption of trying to build out all this zoning, say over the next 20 years, what that equates to is about 13 students per year. So on average for our school, we have 4 elementary schools, so it's about 4 kids per school. If we upgrade this number from 265, which I agree about, I think it was low. I think there will be turnover, and I think those numbers will get higher. To simplify the math for this hour a night, bring it up to 480. Again, over a 20-year period, which will be aggressive. I don't think it will be 20, but for the math. That equates out to 24 students. We have 4 elementary schools. That basically equates out to 6 kids per school. The current school building project, based on the NESDEC numbers that we have now for actual enrollment, will be removing approximately 500 students from the elementary school level. So with that, I just wanted to share that information for the town.
Thank you, sir. Ms. King.
Virginia Donahue King, Precinct 3. Milton deserves some concessions on the number of units that are required to be built, because as the trolley line is on the border with a river next to it dividing us from Boston, the circle of a radius of half a mile, half of that is in Boston for each of these stations. So I really would ask the select board to lobby and make some really cogent arguments for this, because I really do believe that we don't have the room to actually put 2,461 units in the areas that we have designated. And maybe if we lowered the amount that we're required to provide for, then we wouldn't have so many problems in the East Milton area. We could scale that down. So I think that we should be, we should have it scaled down. We should be an adjacent community, because that line serves Boston probably more than it serves Milton, to be very honest with you. If you stand at Central Avenue in the morning, most of the riders actually do come from Dorchester, and I don't begrudge that. But the other thing that I'd just like to add for everybody is that Boston is not included as an MBTA community. It's not included at all. So that line that comes through Milton, at its very edge, a stone's throw, if that, from Boston, doesn't have to have any of the apartments built, or units, whatever, built in their half circles. So I would urge the select board to pursue that. And then I have two questions. A prior speaker said that we are voting for a change in zoning, not for a change in housing. So that begs the question, what happens if Milton doesn't have 2,461 new units built within these new 3A zones in several years or in a couple of decades? Will tear downs start to be encouraged? Will there be financial sanctions? Or will there be other punishments? Do we know that? No, I don't need an answer from the body. I want an answer from the group.
We're almost done, folks. Let's let the members speak. Thank you.
I want an answer from people that may know this, or if they don't know what the sanctions are, if they don't know that there are any, or if they do know that there aren't any, I would like that answer. If it's unknown, I would like that as well. That's number one. The other thing is, another prior speaker asked to have this approved, and then we could change it later as the planning board worked on it. Well, I want to know if there's any fine print in all of the state mandates about this that precludes any changes town meeting may vote for in the future if we were to pass that article today. And I want to know a yes or a no, and I want to know where it comes from and if that has really been researched or not. Thank you.
So, Mr. Zulus, I heard two questions. Implications of less than the housing units we've heard. Do you have both? The second one was, are there any changes if this is passed at this town meeting, are there any changes precluded from being made in subsequent articles or updates to zoning?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mike Zulus, Precinct 3, Town Meeting Member, Chair of the Select Board. In response to the first question, if 2,461 units are not built, we will have complied with the law. On the second question, if changes are made, and changes are not precluded, if changes are made, the amended zoning in compliance with the law would just need to be sent to HLC to confirm compliance with the law, just as it will should this town meeting approve this zoning. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Then, with that being our last speaker, by prior agreement, I was going to recognize the chair of the... We're all happy, right? Chair of the Planning Board, Meredith Hall. Mrs. Hall, if you could keep it to maybe 3 minutes, and then Mr. Zulus, 2 minutes for you, and then we'll call it a wrap, right?
It is late, and I will be brief, I promise. I just want to say thank you, first of all, to my fellow planning board members who spoke earlier. I'd like to thank them, the members, for the diligence they have shown in their commitment to excellence in planning. The MBTA zoning effort has demanded a large measure of their focus. We have had thoughtful deliberation. The MBTA zoning effort, I would also very much like to thank the public and those who have attended all of our meetings and who have offered to speak and ask questions. I'd also like to thank Tim Zawinski for all of your hard work, and Josh and the planning board staff for many, many hours we have all put in. At our last meeting, the planning board formally voted to support the recommendation of the warrant committee to send Article 1 back to the select board for further study. We strongly agree that this article has had insufficient review and should be sent back. While there are many beneficial aspects of this article, the ramifications of passing this law prematurely could potentially create lasting unwanted effects. The planning board has voted 4-1 to send the article back for further review. This is not a vote against the article, only a vote for further study. This is the largest zoning initiative in nearly 100 years. I thank you for your careful consideration as town meeting members. Thank you again.
Mr. Zulis, just a couple-minute wrap-up, and we'll go to vote.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mike Zulis, Precinct 3, Town Meeting Member, Chair of the Select Board. The Warrant Committee's recommendation that this be referred back is based on the finding that the Planning Board, quote, has set the goal of a compliant article for the 2024 annual town meeting. That never happened. The Planning Board has never voted to do that. Indeed, they could not, because there is no consensus among the Planning Board that this town should comply with the law as instructed by Town Council. You have one plan before you tonight to comply with the law. There is no alternative plan. There is no plan to develop a plan. I don't think it's an antiquated ideal to believe that you don't pick and choose which laws to comply with and when to comply with them. I don't think that's who we are as a town, and I don't think that's the example that we want to set for our children and our grandchildren. There's one way tonight to comply with the law, and that is to vote no on the warrant committee's motion to refer this back so we can consider this article and consider complying with the law. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you all. Okay, so everyone knows this is a majority vote to send this article back to the select board for further study. If we can put up the poll, there we are. So 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 for abstain. Thank you for sticking with us in a long night. So display the results of the vote. Just, if I can just announce the vote. So the motion to refer back fails by the vote of 159 to 91. It fails to meet a majority. Point of order, yes, sir. Unfortunately, at this point, I know I have amendments submitted in writing in advance for this article, which are going to take time to debate.
Point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
There were 7 people standing. That comes before any other discussion because you took a vote.
Okay. Can I see the hands of 7 people who want to see the results of the vote displayed live? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7. Okay. We'll take a moment. Yes, sir. I think I saw lanyards on people. That's how I know. So let's what we'll do is just a minute. What we'll do is I don't think we're going to get to a vote on the article tonight. So we'll display the results of the vote here so you can all see how the voting happened. So Mr. Mallett, if you could start to put that up. And then after that, I'll entertain a motion to postpone discussion until December 11th at 7:30 p.m. Let's just page down so they can read it, Mr. Mallett.
Danny, how are you?
There we go. Entertain a motion to postpone until December 11th. Second it. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. It's unanimous. We will see you on Monday, December 11th, 7:30.